and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile bonds, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is so. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go. I'ma show you who I am. Unbreakable. I'ma make you understand. Watch me escape.
Welcome to League Night here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. Tonight we are covering two of the largest virtual diplomacy leagues in all of virtual leaguedom. We're covering the Virtual Diplomacy League as always, and the 7 Years War. We're going to be covering a couple games, talk about how amazing that league is as our feature, especially call out their multilingual polyglots around in that league. And we're looking forward to hopefully seeing some of the fascinating little metas that develop within those language-focused communities. It's always been very entertaining to cover. Looking forward to doing that. And tonight, I will not be doing that alone. I will be joined by a great group of folks tonight, starting with Patrick. Patrick, welcome.
Hey, Brian. Great to be back.
And we've got David Hood. David, welcome.
Hey, guys. Glad to be back on League Night.
And one of our longtime analysts returning, Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome back.
Good to see you all.
Yeah, glad to have you back. So tonight we're going to be covering a total of 7 games, 5 Virtual Diplomacy League games, and 2 from the 7 Years War. Patrick, I'm going to go to you real quick without any rehearsing. What's something that you enjoy about the 7 Years War?
Oh gosh, well it was the league where I played my first virtual game, really my first game in the core hobby, so a bit biased about it. But I just really love how much it encourages you to look at the entire board at once. I think it's such a great entry point for new players for that reason. The games go to 1907, so they're not long enough to feel that super imposing as diplomacy can be sometimes, especially in a time unlimited format. And just that impending time limit that you always have to think about encourages you to always know who's trending in the right direction, who do you need to pay attention to, in ways that other formats don't always encourage you to do to the same extent. And that's why I think it set me up for success quite well as a player, starting there.
Well, like a sports player, especially in something like golf or tennis or something where you're able to play in lots of different formats, lots of different styles. I think that playing with this short 1907 timeline definitely helps sharpen one of the tools in the toolbox. Not the only one, but it definitely encourages you to think of the game differently. And I definitely think it's a great entry point to learning the game. Before we get to our game coverage, though, I'd like to first of all thank all of you for watching. It really means a lot to me and to the rest of the DBN team to have you watching, and a special shout out to those in Dip Chat. Always enjoy all the little commentary that we get. Those that are able to watch live, thank you, and we encourage you to participate. No spoilers, please, but after the moves have been revealed, if you can put in a little bit of insight, that always helps us get a little bit of a taste of what was going on diplomatically, which is something we can't analyze from just the moves. But if you would like to get involved and play some diplomacy, we got lots of ways to do it. And we're going to take a look now at some upcoming events. Starting off, Patrick, could you tell us about the London Open?
Yeah, certainly. It's an exciting time for the UK tournament scene right now. Of course, there's been the UK National Championships that's been hosted in Warrington by Bradley Grace for a couple years now. But this is the first tournament that's been held in London itself in quite some years. I don't remember exactly how many, but definitely long before I was here in the hobby. It's being put together by Conrad Woodring, who's just a sterling, really well-regarded player on both sides of the pond and organizer. So I think this tournament's going to be great. I'm going to be hosting the stream for it next week, and I couldn't be more pumped. It's going to be a really, really exciting event.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to see London at one point was probably the epicenter of the diplomacy hobby back in the day. And it's great to see the hobby returning back to those, to that region of the world. Also, another region of the world that a lot of people will be congregating in. Adam, why don't you talk to us about the upcoming World Diplomacy Convention, which is right around the corner?
Yeah, World DipCon is just the place to be, right? There is nothing like World DipCon. It's going to be in Athens, Greece this year over May 22nd to 24th. And it is just, there is just so much excitement building up about that event. I've heard they've hit over 100 players registered. There's folks coming from all over Europe, all over North America, all over Australia. It's going to be a truly international event, bringing people together for this great game from all over the place. The host of the event, Spiros Stovas, is really pulling out all the stops for the visitors. I mean, I'm just awed by the amount of work that he's putting in for pre-con activities and touring all around some of the beautiful sites around Greece, and just all the little flourishes. I mean, it's just going to be such a magnificent event. The diplomacy, I'm sure, will be phenomenal, but also just the camaraderie and the hanging out and the time spent with great people. I'm heading out there. I think, Patrick, you're going too, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, so I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous for all of you. And Adam, I think you hit the nail on the head. World DipCon is the convention, not just the tournament. And just being there with all of the other people, all the other players, you can show up in the hotel and immediately have something to talk about with whoever you're interacting with, because you showed up with a common interest. But oftentimes you'll rapidly grow into something more where you start talking about just life in general, and that's how a lot of friends are made. So definitely encourage everybody to get out there, enjoy that event. David, for those who can't make it to Greece that are maybe in North America, we've got another event that same weekend. Why don't you talk to us about DixieCon?
That same weekend is the 40th annual DixieCon, held in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. It's a three days of diplomacy, one on Friday night, one game on Saturday, one game on Sunday, lots of other gaming in between, and some barbecue on Saturday night. It's going to be a great event as always. DixieCon.com. But let's pivot back to World DipCon just a second. All right. So I have seen some things from Spiro showed me that are going to be given out to the players when they get there, and you're going to be impressed. It's awesome. So as if you weren't hyped up enough, he has really pulled out the stops in terms of being hospitable as well. So it is going to be quite a weekend for those making the World DipCon, and also for those making it to DixieCon. It's going to be a weekend of diplomacy that is going to be great for 2026.
Then just rounding out, we've got ReginsCon, Diplorat Mischief. This will be the first in New York in quite a while. And then North American DipCon at Armada, the Regatta in July 31st. And then the European Diplomacy Championship, October 2nd. I think we also need to add in the Boston Massacre upcoming in August. So check out diplobn.com/schedule. If you would like to get involved, and it does look like we've got a few events that we need to add on to our calendar. We'll try and get those added on pretty quickly. So with that, let's go ahead and transition into our coverage of our games for tonight. Last week we saw, it felt like last week. It was very quick, quick turnaround from our last event. We had several really good games, and I'm trying to pull up I am running into an issue. Let me restart my Dipcast real quick. We had Claire Bradbury came in. Claire was the Rookie of the Year in 2025. And this year, Claire is proving that that was not a fluke. She has definitely taken the lead in the league and was able to defend it last month. And I believe is going to be, I think we're going to be covering one of her games tonight. So definitely not one of those players that's sitting back and resting. Patrick, David, Adam, from for any of you, from what you've seen in the league so far, what stood out to you for the league to this point, where this will be our third match day of the season?
Well, that first round that we did in March, we had some games that were the board tops were eerily similar. And then in April, there was a little bit of a separation there. We had a couple of games where people really took some more chances. And I think that will be more likely to keep going on as this season progresses. You know, for those that may be watching this tonight and saying, what is League Night and what is VDL? We always have some people that are new, and we welcome you. We want you to keep watching. VDL Virtual Diplomacy League has game days from March through December, and then has a championship game in January of the next year. The idea with VDL is that you play a number of games over the season, and your top three plus an average of the rest of them is the fourth score.
That's right. Yeah.
So that's the scoring mechanism, and the games will go till about 19, 10, 19, or 11. Roughly, it is a time limit, not a turn limit, like 7 Years' War is. So that's just a couple of quick details for VDL for anybody watching for the first time.
Yeah, and you mentioned, David, that we've seen sort of a split between more traditional alliance play that we typically associate with the early parts of a league season, and more risks being taken to get higher results earlier on in the year. And I think that's because over the last couple of years, we've really seen a distinct trend where the strength of the field in the league arguably gets significantly stronger towards the end as more players come in and try to get scores in the last minute or in the later part of the year, when maybe their schedule's more free or when they just feel more motivated to play. We see that with guys like Christopher Ward quite a lot. He tends to be around at the end of the year and not much else, although he is coming to World DipCon, which was great to hear when I heard it. And others like Nicolas Taillet, like Bradley Grace had a similar trend last year, and he won the whole league on the top board. So I think it makes a lot of sense for some people to think, well, maybe I should just strike while the iron's hot now. If I get a good board, get the most out of it.
Yeah, I don't think there's a wrong way to approach it. I think everybody just needs to figure out what works for them. I know personally, I don't have a lot of opportunities, so I'm a strike while the iron's hot kind of player, but there's a lot of other people that are very confident in their ability to sustain success. So in the virtual diplomacy, you do have, I believe it's 4 scores and then the average of your rest. So it's early in the season. So look, right now, Claire and Ben have 3 scores that counting towards their total. Aurora only has 2. So for players that have more boards up until the point where they hit 4, any large or any points at all is going to significantly impact their overall score. So now that we're starting to get to the point where people are going to start reaching that 4th score, this is where the league scoring really starts to come into play a little bit more. So that'll be something to keep your eyes on. But right now, just take a quick look at your top 10. And let's transition over to our very first game. First up, I'm going to give Adam the first break, and we will have David take the lead on calling this game. David, why don't you introduce our players?
All right. Right off the bat, you have Jason Gray, who's had significant success over a couple of different league formats over the last several years, one of our Australian players. Isaac Jukes, the actual commissioner VDL, playing probably as England, probably to make the numbers work out right. Thomas Orr, another player from the Australian hobby. Nastya Stiles just had a great article in the latest edition of Diplomacy World. If you didn't read that, go check that out. It's really fun. And then you've got Wild, who is in probably really good place here, coming into his 5th place, playing Italy. And then Eden also in the top 10. And then we've got a newer player that I don't think I've seen before. I guess that's why they say no place, is JAL, playing as Turkey. So this, by the way, for those watching that don't really necessarily know exactly the format here, this is in round 1, which is the time zone that is most significantly convenient for those in the Australasian hobby. Although you do have players coming from the European hobby or the North American hobby as well in that round sometimes.
Yeah, how it generally works out is every time zone has a morning round and a prime afternoon round. One thing to note about these players is that Wild and Eden had a very solid alliance last month, also in the East as an AI. They showed some very high levels of trust towards each other in that game. They both come from Nexus Speedboat League largely, and I'm looking for them to make some noise on this board again, potentially tonight.
Yeah, and I'll call out Nastya. That's a player I've got my eye on, kind of newer player to me, but definitely been making some noise in a couple of different formats. Definitely somebody I would encourage you to watch. As we go through spring of 1901, David Hood, take us away.
Okay. The thing that really jumps out at me here is Russia getting into Galicia from Warsaw because the Austrians moved to Budapest. So the Austrians probably thought there was a deal there. Jason did, but there was not, at least not from what we can tell so far. The Armenian fist bump is that move you see. That's the term of art that we use for that Sev to Armenia, Smyrna to Armenia move. It's intended to sort of make sure that the Russians don't go to the Black Sea so that you can get the Turkish fleet out. It doesn't necessarily guarantee it, but if the Russians don't bounce you in Armenia, then you're in Armenia. So that's the point of that particular order set, is to try to work out an early RT cooperation. In the West, I would say it's mostly standard procedure. The Paris to Gascony is a little bit less normal, but it has the same effect as many of the other French openings. That would allow you to take both units to Iberia if you wish, while still covering Burgundy.
Yeah, this is my preferred French opening. I also don't have the highest success with France, so take that for what it's worth.
All right, you've got a bounce in Munich, which is interesting. Maybe arranged, maybe not. Maybe that France are just trying to slip in there. Thomas, what are you up to? But Nastya orders back to Munich. That may well be arranged under the theory that neither of them was going to stop England from taking Belgium. So we shall see. Anything else going on here? The Austrians playing somewhat, I don't know, defensive might be the word, or something, because you're not even bothering to support yourself to Greece. You're gonna worry about the Italians slipping into Trieste instead. So that's an interesting self bounce there. But otherwise, I'd say the rest of this looks pretty standard.
Yeah, honestly, I wonder if Jason was thinking the same thing that we were about, or that I pointed out about Eden and Wild, perhaps fearing the Russia-Italy alliance, and as such, because Italy didn't really show their hand in the spring, fearing that they would try and get an early start to make themselves a more appealing ally to Russia as opposed to Turkey. Because it's usually, as Austria, you can play an opening that allows you to verify with 2 of your neighbors and be forced to trust 1. In this case, they chose to trust both Russia and Turkey over giving Italy any possibility of an attack. So that, I think, speaks volumes about the difficulties early in their relationship, I would say.
Jason comes out smelling like a rose in the sense that he didn't lose any of those guesses, so he still gets to build too.
Yeah, and just to have JAL, I'll just call him JAL, have JAL holding in Bulgaria and not getting involved. I assume there's probably some diplomacy there as well. Definitely could have been much worse for Jason Gray. So going to winner of 1901, you've got my least favorite, but I've been proven wrong enough of the double army builds. Still don't like it, but I have seen it work depending on the circumstances, which is pretty much a universal rule in diplomacy. We got pretty strong commitment from Isaac in those fleet builds. I will let Patrick talk more on those. Thomas Orr's builds seem to indicate that that wasn't entirely unexpected. Yes, army in Ankara, that is a little bit not what I was expecting, but maybe a hint at some Austria and Turkish cooperation, perhaps. And then we get a Fleet St. Pete North Coast. So lots to digest here. Patrick, what's your main takeaway here? What are you expecting to see as we go into 1902?
Well, the English builds are definitely divergent from what I expected. The theory that I had about that bounce in Munich in Fall 01 was that perhaps France wanted to make sure England got Belgium and did so by just telling Germany, hey, I'm going to Munich, so you better not bounce Belgium, because if you do, you're going to lose your home center. But instead, it seems like there's a very different story here about a potential EG forming, in which case the Fleet North Coast build might make a bit more sense for Eden, given that they're anticipating some aggression from that northern quarter. Although sometimes when you build North Coast Fleet as Russia, you create aggression towards you where there otherwise would have been none. So we'll see how that works out. I don't normally love the North Coast build unless I know I have an ally against England. But again, open to being proven wrong on that one. And then Adam poo-pooing the Army Ankara build. 1901 Army build for Turkey can work, but when you're already in Aegean, it is so limiting. That's the argument he makes. I actually really love this position. I think this should happen more often when there's an Armenian fist bump and Turkey goes to Aegean. And it sort of speaks to my wider stance that the fist bump is a much more neutral Turkish opening than some give it credit for. Because if you're building a fleet Smyrna, then yeah, you're basically giving up all your diplomatic flexibility on a given board by the end of 1901. You're either RTing or you're ratting, and you're not really equipped to do much else without a lengthy transition period where you have to reposition quite a lot. But with the army, you can just say, hey, listen, I need Aegean here to take Greece, right? That's how I get my armies into the Balkans. That's how I can springboard into Serbia as well. But I'm not building more fleets. I'm not piling pressure on Ionia and Italy. So let's just kill Austria for now and figure out the rest later. And I think diplomatically, that's a much more convincing argument for Turkey to make, as opposed to just locking themselves to RT from the start of the game. I see it a lot more in gunboat than I do in regular games, because builds, of course, are a form of communication when you don't have any press. But I have really enjoyed it becoming a little more common here. So we'll see how well it works out for JL.
If I'm Russia, I'm looking at that like, man, you're of very little use to me. You have just made yourself way less useful.
Yeah. Of course, I heap all the praise on him, and then Russia immediately makes me eat my words. So straight into Black Sea. Bulgaria is lost as well. Actually, this is an NMR. Hold on a minute. So Bulgaria didn't need to be lost there. If Turkey double support held, it would have stayed. But of course, Black Sea was unstoppable. So that's a really rough turn for JAL. Of course, no matter what you build in Winter 01, following it up with an NMR is usually a poor idea. So perhaps they ran out of time, or perhaps they were just unfamiliar with Backstabber's interface. Of course, we don't recognize them in our database, so they might be completely new to the game for all we know. If that's the case, this will be at least a valuable learning experience, as we like to say. Meanwhile, Wild goes into Eastern Med, completely unfazed by the Turkish gesture of friendship. Is probably going to go for the guaranteed convoy to Syria here, so this is going to be a nice and quick AIR in the east. The west, is it any more interesting? Not really. It's an EG. The double army build from Germany suggested as much, and now we're seeing it with Burgundy falling, English Channel falling. Mid-Atlantic is going to be vulnerable as well, although thankfully Picardy has not yet fallen to an English or German army, so France does not immediately lose that this turn. That's a real blow when you lose Mid-Atlantic that early, if England can manage it. And there's a brace on Sweden, which initially seems like good news for Russia because they didn't lose a center, but now that position has been established in English Channel and North Sea isn't necessary to continue sustaining that, that's going to be one more fleet that England can use to pry Russia out of the north with Germany's help. So this is going to be a losing battle, I think, for Eden, and that North Coast build is going to become very useless very quickly.
Even as an EG,
a comment here.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I think you can confirm Disciple, but I think this is Eden commenting here, being worried about Fleet Eddy and expecting an EG to come after them. If that's the case, I'm reading that right, then it looks like the EG decided to go in the other direction towards France instead. If somebody could, Disciple, if you could confirm that, that would be helpful for us to get some insight there.
Well, how can you go after Russia effectively when you build Army Kiel? That's what I was going to say, is that even in an EG, I'm Germany. I want that army. I mean, I want that fleet to help me go after Sweden. And if I'm England, I actually want the German fleet to be built so that we can take our enemies down faster. Two fleets is not a problem to England, I don't think. It's more than two that's the problem.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The main thing that I want to unpack from this here, as Brian figures out why the map is flashing, building a fleet St. Pete North Coast as Russia, I've learned this the hard way quite a few times. When there's an EG, it's not the adequate response to an EG, right? Because if England and Germany are together and they decide, you know what, we want Russia out of the north, there's nothing you can do to stop that. Building the North Coast fleet only gives you an illusion that you could potentially do more to stop that. And as a result, if you built an army here, then you have a unit that can delay the collapse in the north, potentially buying you time to negotiate a change in the board dynamics. And it also gives you something to move south once the north is lost, if it is ultimately lost completely. So I think this is a lesson in flexibility versus commitment. I don't think this is a situation where you want to commit units to defending the north indefinitely. And now, as a result, you have fewer resources to work with in the south to pick apart Turkey, which won't be difficult, but what you do after Turkey, your agency there could be harmed by the fleet still being on the board.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. But Fleet North Coast is not a good defensive unit. It's a good offensive unit. You build that in the spring of 1902 if you think we'll be able to make some progress against Norway or something like that with the help of the Germans or the French or both. As a defensive move, yeah, I agree with you. An army is sometimes better on defense.
But the best defense is a good offense. So there. We've got to move forward, but
defense
I did want to
wins championships, man. Defense wins championships.
I did want to call out what Karsten said, because I think this is important. A lot of times we get caught up on the moves of the board, but Karsten just calling out that in the couple of games that they played with her, she was a committed alliance member, would have been the same builds if I were Isaac and courting her allegiance. So we'll see whether that plays out as we go into fall of 1902.
All right, so the EG in the west continues to make its progress as Munich pushes further into Burgundy to backfill the unit that has just gone into Picardy. So now Mid-Atlantic Ocean is guaranteed to fall in spring of 03 if Germany moves to make that happen. In the meantime, we see a pretty significant miscue here from England as they choose to have North Sea backfill English Channel instead of support holding Norway. And as a result, they have lost it to Russia, which is a bit of a disaster, especially with the AAR rush to the line, which we'll get to in a moment. But I just want to say, Mid-Atlantic Ocean was never falling this turn. It never makes sense for France to do anything in this situation besides simply support hold Mid-Atlantic, because that support from Brest is safe. They might try to move to English Channel and start forcing guesses if there is a unit in Picardy, where just a simple support isn't guaranteed to work anymore. But in this situation, like backfilling English Channel, it's so needlessly optimistic, and it has lost a center here for Isaac. So this is a pretty early big blow to England's position in a game where they might have otherwise dominated, given Germany's very friendly builds towards them early on that could have snowballed into a greater status of senior partner in that relationship. And now Russia has a pretty big advantage here. They've got Austria and Italy on the enlisted as well to help out against the EG. They're all rushing to the line against Munich, which is a common Eastern response that you see from AARs sometimes when there's a fast-moving EG in the West, just because it forces Germany to defend the home front and really kills all their momentum in the French homeland. So smart moves there from AIR, although nothing we haven't seen before. And then Turkey doesn't lose anything further this turn, but they do have enemies at the gates from all sides.
One thing, if you're learning this game, you may look at the French moves from fall of 1902 and say, what are you doing supporting yourself to Gascony? That move doesn't make any sense. Yes, it does. If you assume that Picardy is going to get dislodged, you want a place for it to retreat to. So that's what Thomas was up to there. He was assuming that English Channel was going to help the assault on Picardy as opposed to doing the futile attack that it did. And thus, Thomas was giving himself for a place to retreat to. Actually smart tactical move on Thomas's part.
Yeah, making use of his limited space very well.
Yeah, Gascony is such a good spot for France to have an army in. Just gives you all kinds of defensive options, can drive your attackers crazy trying to figure out what to do with it. But what we see is winter of 1902, Isaac disbanding the army in Belgium, where it went to die. We do have Jason Gray building in Vienna, and we've got Nastya building in Belgium. Spring of 1903, David.
All right. Norway is taken back, couldn't be held. That was a sort of a temporary thing that was successful. The Germans moved back to Munich to make sure that it can't be taken. France, of course, taking advantage of all of this that England is doing to try to move away And France says, fine, move away. You move away. I'm going to take your spot. And so he moves into all the spots that the EG move away from, but also bounces Piedmont, possibly on purpose, possibly by design, I would say, just to keep things guessing. And in the East, you've got the dismemberment of Turkey in one fell swoop. Yes, Turkey is in Black Sea, but that will ultimately not save the situation. So you said earlier, Patrick, this is going to be a quick AIR. This is pretty much the quickest AIR that you can have, which is bad news for the players in the West.
Yeah, the only way it could be quicker is if there was an army in Munich this turn, but Germany has that swift response. I really don't love these moves from England back to North Atlantic and London. The whole point of having Belgium in this scenario when you lose Norway is so that you can disband that army in Belgium and you still have all your naval power and you can keep France and Russia at arm's length somewhat. But retreating out of English Channel and Irish Sea and letting France close in on you, it completely negates that advantage. And now all of a sudden, France has a very appealing case to just say to Germany, hey, I'm not going to bother you. You know you can't kill me. So how about you just help me kill England and we'll stay friendly. Right?
It was a diplomatic pitch that Isaac was making to Thomas, but it certainly fell flat.
David, I will just say I am looking forward to your upcoming book entitled "The Dismemberment of Turkey." That just seems like a good title.
It's a very short. It's more of a brochure. It's a brochure.
All right, fall of 1903.
Okay, and what happens here is that the Austrians are now being cut out of the deal. I don't know who it was. It might have been some dude named Patrick that says, I wonder if there's going to be an IR alliance in this game because these two players worked together so well earlier. Yeah, the Munich being stymied thing was probably the end of the line for the triple staying put, and Jason gets hit from in Bulgaria, Serbia, and Khan. Wow, that is really something. And, of course, Turkey is not completely dead. He is not dead yet, as the Monty Python people say, because he's in Bulgaria, East Coast. What a great place to hang out. That certainly has long-term survival potential.
Yeah, that Fleet and Black Sea is so annoying. I would have self-bounced there for sure if I were Austria in this scenario. But it makes sense. Like, often some people might say, oh, why are you attacking Germany? Well, Turkey's still alive as an heir. Aren't you biting out more than you can chew? But often it's the only way for all three partners in an heir to have a long-term growth path that lets that triple stay together. So Austria goes through Germany, Italy goes through France, and Russia goes through the north. But in this case, Germany's locked themselves down. And what do you need Austria for if Germany's not as much of a threat and you can't get stuff off of them? So great move here from Eden and Wild, doing exactly what I kind of expected them to do just because of how well they worked together last time, and they know it.
Now, French army in Piedmont is interesting. We'll see what that really means for 1904.
All right, winter of 1903. Take a quick look at these adjustments. I'll pause here for a minute, and Patrick, I'll let you talk about those as we go into 1904.
Yeah, the Fleet Marseille, I think, makes a lot of sense here because you have to respond to this fast-moving wintergreen. But if that's the case, if that's what France's mindset is, I'm disappointed that Thomas ended up taking Belgium here off of Germany if it wasn't arranged, because Germany is the other major piece that you need to fight off this alliance. You know, they're the one who can head into the Balkans, who can disrupt Russian and Italian units as they try to take down Austria. And sabotaging a relationship with them now would be a pretty poor call. It looks like Germany hasn't taken it too badly this time. They're in a very defensive stance, but Nastya is choosing to tap Tyrolia, doing things that vaguely do kind of help France. The better move here might have been to have Piedmont support Munich to Tyrolia instead of tapping Venice, because that either forces Italy's armies to stay exactly where they are, or they dislodge Piedmont and then you retreat to Tuscany and they're in Tyrolia. That just creates a lot more useful outcomes for a fast-paced game. But either way, good offensive here from France. They have fleets in Leon and Western Med. They have Mid-Atlantic ready to go to North Africa. So Tunis should be a pretty easy nut to crack here, actually, because France can attack Tyrrhenian Sea with 2 this turn, and that means they can't move Ionian to Tunis, which means they can't form a solid line there, and that means the center is gone eventually. Meanwhile, Austria seems to be prioritizing Russia as the person to defend against over Italy, whether this is because of secondary motivations, just being more mad at them, or because it's the pragmatic choice with Italy being distracted by France already. Either way, I think it's great to see Jason continuing to impact this game, and he's not out of it by any means. Like, given how complicated this board state is right now for everyone around him, he could easily find himself sticking around for quite a while, given the West's early advancement.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing here is what is going to happen in the West here. I mean, there's there's only so much way to respond to the IR that doesn't involve cutting one of the Western powers out. I mean, you're really going to need England here. I don't know if you're going to. Depends on how it goes. So it's interesting that were able to disengage the English and the French.
Yeah, England, I mean, you certainly don't need them, but Italy is the more urgent threat to respond to right now, given how quickly the East appeared to be moving. And England, it was good for Thomas to recognize they have absolutely zero agency in this game as long as Russia's trying to attack them, unless Germany decides to help them defend Norway, so that frees up their units to go back to either Sea and English Channel. And now this position is looking a lot more like 1902. Now, Germany does take these ports Tyrolia this time, but they also take Belgium. So something tells me Nastia maybe wasn't too happy about France taking Belgium off them and camping an army in Burgundy on top of that. That's a pretty hostile stance for somebody who France needs to help them with this wintergreen. So all of a sudden, it looks like the EG might be back together. We'll have to see how that develops. But in the meantime, Italy actually found a nifty solution to their Tunis problem, because by supporting Tyrrhenian Sea and also convoying Tuscany to Tunis, they have found the one move set that allows them to continue forming that line around Tunis and defending Tyrrhenian from France at the exact same time. So very well done by Wild to get that done.
Thomas holding in mid-Atlantic tells you how strong let's do everything as Western powers jointly to deal with the East. That is not really, that wasn't very strongly held belief, where mid-Atlantic would have gone to North Africa there.
Yeah, and I wonder is it even going to matter that he stayed in mid-Atlantic? Because now if Italy's mad enough to tap Western Med next turn for England to break Mao, it won't matter if you made that defensive move. You're not any more well prepared than you would have been if you just moved to North Africa anyway.
Well, at least you're in mid-Atlantic. You can retreat to somewhere interesting like Portugal, Spain, Brest, or something. If you were stuck in North Africa, you'd be in deep doo-doo.
Yeah, that is A+, but it's deck chairs on the Titanic at that point.
All right, winner of 1904, take a look at these adjustments, and then we will do a very quick round of who do you like. David, your call, so go to you first. You get to pick one power to take over their position. You feel like that's going to give you the best chance to win this game, to top the board at the end of the game. Who do you pick?
Gosh, there are a number of legitimate candidates here, I would argue. But I'm going to go for Italy. I think perhaps they're in the best spot. France is going to have to turn back around to deal with the English. England really doesn't have anything else to do except continue its move there. So I would think Italy would benefit from that. I think that Italy will benefit from the fact that Russia is going to want to do something with somebody, and really the only partner that makes sense is Italy to try to take Austrian centers and that last Turkish center. So I'm going to go with Italy here.
And Patrick, you can also pick Italy, but if not Italy, who would you pick?
Yeah, I agree with David that Italy is probably in the best position here. Although the one wrinkle that I have to mention is Austria's position is now fully recovered. I apologize to Jason because I did not spend nearly enough time that year explaining just how good of a year he ended up having. He's gotten the Russian Raider out of his back line. He's got a solid core now of centers and armies to work with. So, and he's next to an Italy that has not treated him the best this game. So how will that relationship evolve? That could go some way towards deciding whether Italy actually wins. If not Italy, though, I think Germany's in a great position despite the army build here. I think England is grateful enough to Germany for helping them stay alive at this point, because Nastia has bent over backwards in many ways to ensure Isaac stays solvent. That Isaac might not want to stab Nastia even if he does have that position tactically, and that could allow Nastia to mount a successful attack on France or Russia to get those extra centers above Italy.
All right, as we move into spring of 05, David, what happens?
Okay, let's take a look here. Italians do backfill into Western Med because the French are leaving. The Germans into Piedmont because, of course, there's an FG war again. The the German army is going to Denmark and Kiel. It's a little bit puzzling here. Not really sure how that, they're not even trying to backfill Ruhr. They're not trying to get into Ruhr. Maybe there's some talking here between F and G about trying to work something out. It is hard for Germany to do a whole lot with only one fleet, but we've beat that dead horse. On the eastern side of the map, basically tactical jockeying between the Russians and the Austrians. The Italians, now not having to worry about the French threat, are able to convoy to Albania with their army, which is what you need to do to start making progress again if you're going to try to get that wintergreen back in the sweet category, sweet wintergreen category.
Yeah, I mentioned that Italy might be annoyed enough at France after that attack to tap Western Med so that England could break Mao, and they did. But Isaac didn't break Mao. They had a very suspiciously arranged-looking bounce and breast. So I wonder if Isaac recognizes at this point Italy is probably going to win the game if France is harassed at this point and potentially throws centers to them in punishment for that attack. So good restrained balanced power play by Isaac.
All right, the Germans do go into Ruhr, but it's a bit late, man. You should have been there, or Nostria should have been there in the spring. It's too late now, and the position here is lost because England has thrown in with France and taken Belgium, and you couldn't defend it because you were in Ruhr. On the other hand, maybe Nostria was right to suspect something, which is why the move to Denmark even took place, is to be able to block any move from the English there. English take Sweden because Nostria is duped into supporting an attack on St. Pete. So stab by Isaac on Nostria here is not good for the German position. Looking at the east, you've got the Russians are now able to actually take Romania, which is actually killing that Turkish fleet of all things, while Italy takes the last Turkish center in Bulgaria. The good tactical move, Jason, they're killing that It's the second anti-Austrian army that's died in Albania. Apparently that's the new Flanders, is Albania. It's where enemy armies go to die. But Italy is putting up 3 units in position to, try to work against Trieste in the next year.
Remember how just last turn I was talking about how Isaac might not stab Nostria just because Nostria did so much to help him stay alive? Isaac is not the most sentimental player. He's not the least sentimental player, but he knows a good stab when he sees one, and fair play to him for this, because all of a sudden he's a contender to top. Who saw that coming?
Well, we saw Adam Silverman calling that out earlier, saying England's playing the part of Turkey in this game. They can sit in the corner for a long time, plow to the box later. Well, it looks like fall of 1905 is later. Whoops, I didn't mean to highlight that again, although it was a great comment. We've got Fleet Eddie, Army London. We've got Army and a Fleet from Wild. I just want to comment, I'm really, really liking Wild's play of Italy here this game. Just compliments.
Would it have to do with their copious army builds by any chance?
It does have to do with their copious army builds. I think that Italians often get caught up in putting down too many fleets, and there are paths where that's necessary. But it's a sign of you're doing something right when you've got the capability to put down those armies, in my opinion. Spring of 06, Patrick, what do we see?
We see lots and lots of movement in the north in perhaps unexpected directions to some extent. So England has decided that they're going to walk out of Sweden. They're going to go to Helgoland, but they're not going to stay in Belgium or attempt any kind of attack on Holland. So France takes Belgium. And they've decided they're going to throw everything into a defense of Norway, which Russia is suddenly now attacking. I wonder if this is the FG now being back on, but then Germany still only has 1 fleet, and now they're dealing with a bunch of English fleets. So this has become a much more confusing position all of a sudden, I think, for everyone involved in the West. But it's a net advantage to France, you'd have to say, because they're the ones getting Belgium, and that English fleet in Liverpool is moving away, so that's not a sort of Damocles over Thomas's head anymore. Western Med's also moving out, very noteworthy, so they could set up a bounce with that and Spain's south coast. Meanwhile, in the Balkans, we see Italy making further gains, advancing into Trieste. Russia gets into Galicia, which should set up an attack on Budapest or Serbia in the fall, depending on preference. Although Jason does well here to make sure that none of his armies are piffed at the very least.
I think Munich to Silesia is one of the more interesting moves in this move set, because Nostria is feeling good enough to go send an army east to intervene over there when you still have Italians and French and Austrians. At this point, you wouldn't expect the Austrian, but still.
Oh, no. And for the second time this game, Isaac loses Norway to Russia in completely preventable ways. That's unfortunate. Choosing to try and pop Barents Sea, but overlooking the fact that St. Petersburg can easily tap Norway to prevent that, either by cutting the support into Barents or by taking Norway outright if you don't backfill it. And as on top of that, Isaac also misorders his convoy into Holland through North Sea. I think that says convoy Yorkshire to Belgium or something like that. So Yorkshire to Ruhr, that would also make sense. So gosh, Isaac, you played really well in this
Optimistic.
game in a lot of ways, I gotta say. But every time your position looks like it could become dominant, not just good, but dominant on this board. Some little technical mistake like this happens, and we're right back to square one. It's really, really unfortunate. I want to love your position. I love a good.
Isaac really juking it up over there is what he's doing.
That's one way to put it. And in the meantime, France does make progress against Germany, even though England doesn't, as they get into Ruhr. Although Austria is actually building because she took Sweden and did not lose Holland. So that might make things a bit more complicated for France and maybe change the calculus about where they're going next, especially with Italy moving away. They might think, oh, maybe these fleets can afford to move north after all.
You know what's wild about fall 1906? Wild. Look at that.
Nice.
10 centers. 10 centers making significant progress. Jason, it really has been able to sort of go back and forth with Russia a little bit, just cannot stop the Italian progress. Who's going to now, honestly?
I mean, at this point, is it starting to talk about a draw? I mean, it's a little early, but
I mean, maybe this is a great example of. I know I haven't really covered the Russian position much, perhaps as much as I should in the South, but this is a great example of selective defense on the part of Jason. You can see the main province that he's been fighting over for most of this game is Galicia. Like, I feel like there's been a clear theme ever since that broken DMZ in Spring 01. He's clearly been more angry at Russia over these repeated betrayals and issues than at Italy. And Wild has done exactly what you would want someone to do with that position, which is take it and run with it. And that really explains the situation in the South right now.
Well, one thing you can do is Thomas can put a fleet down to try to balance out what's going on with the Italian position. Now, I'm not sure about this another army from the Italians here. Knowing that there's probably going to be some reaction here from France, I think you have to build a fleet in that situation. Honestly,
I agree. As one of the most pro-army Italian players that you will find, I do think we needed a fleet in this situation. One of the first real mistakes, well, potential mistakes. We'll find out what happens.
I actually disagree, because the only place a fleet in Rome can go really initially is Tyrrhenian. It could go to Tuscany, but that's a bit too aggressive for what you need that fleet for right now. You can just move Ionian to Tyrrhenian, and Adriatic. It doesn't need to be an Adriatic anymore. You've got that coastline set locked down, so you can just move that out to Ionian, and then France can't immediately put all the fleets on your border that you need a stalemate line for anyway, because you can bounce at least one of them. So I think this is going to work out okay for Wild.
Yeah,
it's
just
Western Med and North Africa right now.
Yeah, it's a I'm content to stay on my side of the board build, which is completely appropriate. I mean, there might not be another player who could catch him, but I think you need that fourth fleet if you're going to try and keep pushing west at all.
Well,
Wild is going to get the stalemate line.
It's a fifth
fleet.
Get, Patrick's point is it's a fifth fleet, but whatever.
Yeah. All right, spring of 07, David.
All right, so we do have the bounce in Western Med. We do have the bounce in Piedmont, so that the Spanish fleet goes into Lyon instead of the Mid-Atlantic fleet get to North Africa. But anyway, that's just tactical stuff. Austria continues to prioritize something other than defending against the Italians, and you can see that. It looks like Jason's going to maybe try to live in Germany, maybe, would be the theory, as some kind of janissary unit in Germany. So there's getting ready to be an IR border that's either going to be stable or unstable. And we're going to find out soon enough which one that is, because there's really nobody else in between them. Looking in the West, you now have Holland finally being taken. And is that, let's see, Munich being taken also? Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Munich being taken also. So at this point, there was little that Austria could do there without any help from the Italians, which wasn't forthcoming.
Yeah, a comment about the Russia-Italy relationship. Adam brings up a good point here that Russia has a 2-dot stab on the Turkish center. On the Turkish centers, if Eden wants it, and they're seemingly trying to retain that option against Italy's wishes based on the failed support of Serbia from Romania to Budapest last turn. They might be thinking, okay, move Romania to Budapest, Black to Rum, and then we're good. And the moves to Khan and Bulgaria also meet out that Wild's pretty worried about that. So they're at least taking the stab off the table by putting that army there. That is something, but that's going to create further tension. So that might.
Does Jason live in Germany? The answer is no, right? Bohemia tried to go in with support, but it was bounced by the 2 German units. So that is going to be it. But Jason does not lose Budapest. So actually he's still alive because there's a bounce in Budapest. The fleet in Black Sea goes to Ankara, I guess, just to make sure the Italians don't do anything screwy. Although, was he supporting the move to Khan there? Is that what Bulgaria was supporting Black Sea to Khan, right? The idea here was that probably the army in Khan was going to go to Ankara and Black was going to go to Khan to get I don't know why Italy would want the Russians to get out of the box like that or out of the Black Sea, but maybe they thought they would be more easily contained there. I don't know. What else is going on the West? We've got Germany losing Kiel, which means they don't lose Munich. As I said earlier, that's a bounce in Munich. But they do take Kiel with a double support. And the Russians move out to Barents. I guess Russians hoping that if they get a build somehow, they could build another unit and maybe be more use in the north for offensive purposes. They did not get a build, though. Instead, the English got the build in Edinburgh to put another fleet in that theater.
Yep, but England and France do get builds. Fleet Eddie, Army Paris. That's exactly what we'd expect to see right now. So, bring it.
Yep.
And there's the next Italian fleet there, so that progress can continue.
So now they have a full stalemate line if they need that against French fleets. But it looks like they've got a just fine border set up with France right now. The supported bounce in Western Med, the bounce in Piedmont, that's all they need. This is a strange turn in the East, actually. So Russia does get into Budapest this time. So the bounce, perhaps if there was some IR tension last year about that, there isn't now. But then why is Ionian going to Aegean if everything else is moving away from the border? I'm not really sure what the intention of that unit would be.
So that Aegean can go to Khan or bounce the Russians in Khan or something like that while the army...
I suppose, so the army there can be freed up. Yeah, that makes a little bit of sense. I still don't love it, but it's fine. Meanwhile, England is repositioning now to go after the Russian centers in the north. Isaac wants Norway back, of course. If he didn't lose Norway twice in preventable circumstances this game, he would already have Norway. But good for him to get it back now if he can manage that. Makes sense also because Germany can defend Denmark and Sweden pretty well here if Russia's not cutting any supports for England. So, yeah, Isaac is kind of forced to do this, I guess, if he wants to continue growing, especially because France has more growth pretty much guaranteed at this point with Munich if they want it, unless Italy intervenes. Actually, Italy might intervene, so scratch that.
Jason's come on, Jason.
Yeah, he's not dead yet. So we are at an interesting point in the game. I have a very difficult time seeing how anyone other than Italy tops this board. So what is the draw condition? What is it? Are we trying to kill off Germany? What are we playing for here? Why are we still going? Or will it draw here?
Well, Isaac's the TD. As we said, he's probably just playing to make the numbers work, so I don't think he would be holding out at this point. Italy would be happy with the top. I don't think the top's going to get that much bigger. Jason's going to survive, so that's good for him. Maybe Russia?
It's Thomas.
Maybe they want to get... maybe Thomas, but he doesn't
Thomas
really have anything either.
Well, he may think he can at least get a lot closer, and that if Russia somehow stabs Italy and gets a couple of centers off of Italy, Thomas is probably thinking I might be able to snake one of the English centers on the home island. I might be able to get Munich, might be able to get Holland, might be able to get all three. So Thomas may be thinking he may draw, that's fine, but he also may be thinking that he's got some kind of outside shot of topping or sharing the top or getting close enough or something like that.
Yeah, and
I might say no if I was France.
The only growth you have is through England, really, and if you stab England, you have to wait until right at the time limit, pretty much, because waiting any longer can make Russia more of a threat in the remaining years. So you'd have to keep voting down draws until for 2 more years, and England will probably know that you're the only one who has the motivation to potentially do that at this point, because Isaac's a pretty sharp player in those things. So yeah, I don't see why this game should keep going after this year, to be honest.
We'll see.
Well, it keeps going in fall of 08.
Yep. So Norway falls exactly as expected to the English. Germany holds on in their remaining 3 centers, although the loss of Munich will be sorely felt. We have another double bounce in the Balkans this time. It's in Serbia. And Khan is taken as well. Something tells me that wouldn't be arranged. Something tells me that wouldn't be arranged at all. And I'm curious as to why there wasn't an arranged bouncing Khan here. And it feels a bit like malpractice on Italy's part. I get it. They wanted beleaguer the backfill on Bulgaria, so that takes that center. So I guess there is a guess.
It was a guess. It was a guess.
There didn't need to be a guess here. You just ask for You just ask
No,
for a
I think
bounce.
this is a stab. This is an attack by Russia. That
Yeah, but Italy
sniffed
could have.
out.
I know that it is a stab, but Italy could have prepared, could have idiot-proofed that so much more easily. But it's a shame. And then everything else is pretty much static, so we can move on.
I don't know. The one thing that makes me think maybe it's not a stab is the move to Aegean that we were questioning earlier. If they knew that the fleet was going to Con, then that was negotiated, then you probably would want that fleet in Aegean. The move to Serbia seems that's a really weird way to arrange that kind of bounce. So I'm guessing you're probably right that it is a stab, but I'm not convinced 100%.
I'm pretty convinced that Russia was trying to take stuff from Italy here, and Italy sniffed it out. That's why they go back. That's why Bohemia goes back to Vienna.
Yeah.
Well, the North Coast build kind of flies in the face of that, actually.
Well,
Yeah,
that's true.
I mean, they've been working together. I can see hey, let's even this out. We've been working well kind of argument. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
And there we draw.
Okay.
So
fair enough, because Italy's going to top the board here either way, and Eden's been a good ally to them across several games, so might as well even it out a tiny bit more for the scores and enforce Russia's remaining claims to the north.
Or it was I took my shot and it didn't work and good game. Like that could be it too. So either way, really strong alliance play from the winter green that you called from the outset, Patrick. David, this was your game. What's the story? How did Wild come away with this win?
Making sure that all of the people around Wild had something else, some other target, something else to do with their units. And it's one of the best ways to win at diplomacy, to do well at diplomacy, is to make sure that everyone around you is doing something else besides attacking you. You don't necessarily have to attack them, but you need to make sure that they're attacking somebody else.
All right. Well, with that, we are going to give you a break, David, and we'll welcome Adam onto the stream. Adam, welcome.
Wild game.
It was a wild game.
Come on.
We will. That's not going to get old ever. Let's go ahead and bring up our next game. And let me transition us over here. All right, VDL 273 Indigo. Patrick, why don't you introduce our players?
All right. Brian thinks I talked too much last game, and he was right, so let's rapid fire this. Austria, Justin Lohr, LA player, head of the club down there. Great personality. Can be variable on a board, but he has been a regular season champion in VDL in the past, so certainly knows how to get it done these kinds of games. Thomas Orr in England, we already saw him in France last time. Excited to see what he can do this time. El Dor, Imperial Diplomacy Organizer, one of the biggest variants in the diplomacy world. In France, she's really been coming along as a classic player as well. Eden in Germany, of course, just saw her Russia do fairly well. Matteo Rustinello, who's apparently a Windy City Weasel, but we don't have him in the database, so perhaps a newer player, or at least a newer virtual player. Jason Gray in Russia, who, again, we just saw last round. Russia's a pretty good country for him generally, I'd say. And Craig Merritt in Turkey, who is considered a chaos agent by half people who play against him, and a total teddy bear by the other half, and I'm in the latter half.
This is a fun board. Craig is always a joy to play with. Even whenever you're getting stabbed, he makes you have a good time at least. Sometimes you want that good time is the feeling of when the stabbing your eyes out has stopped. It feels good when you're done, but it's always fun. But Matteo, I have played with a couple of games here in Chicago. Glad to see him on a virtual board. He has been really active in the local hobby, and I think he might have played a virtual before, and maybe we didn't have the name in the database. I'm not sure, but he is a up and coming player, a lot of talent there. So good to see him on this virtual board. Of course, Eldor of the Imperial Diplomacy fame, and this board's just got a lot of great characters on it. We'll find out how they play as we go into spring of 01.
Is Matteo a fairly young player, Brian?
As a 45-year-old, I will say yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then let's get into Spring 01. Actually, this is a pretty eccentric set of openings here. Let's start in the West, where Germany did the standard German opening. France did not do the standard French opening. They go for maybe this is a bounce in Piedmont that was not followed through on by Italy. That is possible. I don't usually buy into the argument against bouncing in Piedmont as France, because I don't think there's really ever any reason for Italy to go back on their word with that, as some others sometimes point out. But in this case, they do, and all I can say is we'll see how that works out for them. It might work out pretty well for Italy, because France is being jumped on from other quarters, namely England. They go into the Channel, they go into Wales. That is the fully committal. I don't like you, England. I don't like you, France. I'm going to kill you early opening. Very much a love letter. And then in the East, it's a DMZ, a Black Sea, a complete DMZ, no fist bump or anything like that, like last game. So Sev holds, does not go to Rum, notably. So Russia perhaps values the option to put an army in Rum. They don't want to be too pro-Austrian right out the gate. And then Italy going for these standard Lepanto moves, along with Austria bouncing in Galicia. Okay, in fall, we see an attempted convoy to Belgium on England's part. This might be a situation where England promised support to both of them, but ultimately chose France. So they get into Belgium, and all of a sudden, things aren't looking quite as rosy for England, as they don't appear to have an ally against this burgeoning, maybe FGR. There's the support into Sweden as well. So we'll have to see what Jason thinks about all of this. Piedmont's Tyrolia is an interesting move from an FG perspective, though. I don't think Germany will love that, but at the same time, maybe there's a particular plan that L has for it that they've already discussed. We'll have to see. And then Turkey continues moving out to Aegean. They bounce Rum just as a safety measure, so Russia supports themselves into Rum instead of going to Black, which they do. And Italy convoys to Tunis, so not much to see from that quarter just yet. Could be a simple AI versus RT affair to start in the East.
The only comment I'll make here is I think that Italy may regret that convoy to Tunis in this position. With Turkey coming out to the Aegean, it seems logical that you'd want to stay in Tunis. The problem is you're going to need that army back on the continent to discourage other bad behavior around the board. So I think that may have been a mistake, but let's see how it plays out.
I cannot wait to find out what L is doing with that army in Tyrolia. That is such a wild card that we don't get to often see in 1901. Okay, so
and with those French fleets, that could be very anti-English. It probably is anti-English in this case. But again, if I'm Italy, I'm not thrilled to have my army in Tunis when I see those builds come down with France, because there's a lot of options for what L could do.
Yep. All right, Adam, what does L do?
Yeah, I mean, L doesn't really make the super aggressive moves. She bounces herself in Picardy to prevent an English convoy there, and then just swings Marseille south and Portugal north. So this is kind of a let's see what's happening, but this is not looking good for England, right? These fleets are staying in the position where I'm watching out for you, England. Elsewhere on the board, it clearly looks like Germany is going against the Russian. They are pulling out of Ruhr, so L has done a great job here in getting Germany going in a different direction. But what is, I think, really fascinating is that English move to Skag, which really suggests that it might be Eden that's having some problems here. So that we'll have to keep an eye on that. Elsewhere, Craig gets his other fleets out. It looks like an AT, or at least a burgeoning AT, or maybe even a rat here, based on the Austrian support for Aegean into the Ionian Sea. Notice that army is now stranded in Tunis. Why did Naples hold? Man, that's just rough. I guess that's a mistake, right? Naples needed to either support Ionian here or go out to Tyrrhenian Sea. So yeah, that's really rough.
Yeah, just an oversight. David's not here, so I'll say what he would have said. Before you hold a unit, before you order that hold, think long and hard about what else that unit can do. And in this case, there's an obvious answer.
Yeah, I wonder if that was just like didn't get the order in on time. Generally, you just built that fleet. It's going to do something. I'm betting that Matteo just either thought he had put an order in or just ran out of time. That seems to me like a non-intentional hold. But that's really going to hurt.
Yeah, that'd be my guess as well. And good news for Craig Mayer's Turkey, though. How does the board respond?
Well, how does Craig respond? And Craig responds by getting into the Ionian by saying, "Thank you, Justin, for supporting me into the Ionian. I'll take Greece. Thank you very much. And also, I'll try to go back to the Ionian." So, okay, Craig continuing his wily ways that we are all familiar with and love and adore so much. So yeah, this might actually be an old school RT about to happen, because we also see the Italians now plowing into Trieste. So there must have been some kind of deal going on here. Of course, now we have L not actually going after the English, but apparently sending some units down south, or at least to Western Med, and the English Channel getting vacated here. So this is again, really good news for L, and that army in Bohemia is fascinating. It's not something you see so often in what looks like an F everybody. Excuse me, I'm going to say F everybody. That's not
Hold
what
on
I
there, Adam.
But France really is kind of friends with everybody here with this set of moves, except maybe Italy, but even Western Med without anything else, I don't know. But France is really friends with everybody, has an army across the stalemate line sitting in Bohemia, no real enemies here. I mean, that's pretty cool position for L. And she's got England and Germany fighting, right? So, and both probably going to be asking her for help at some point. So really quite interesting.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that Justin and Craig have a pretty fraught relationship historically. I should have shouted that out during the intro. I'm not surprised to see this happening when they often struggle to trust each other outwardly for more than a couple turns at a time. So understandable.
I mean, it all looks good, and then you have a Austrian fleet in Aegean. I guess that unit's going to probably get pulled, but Craig, yeah, but Justin might decide to keep it just to irritate things, but I'm assuming that's going to go away. No, yeah,
it's pretty pithable even if they don't pull it.
Yeah,
this is still fine. It's fine for Turkey.
Yeah.
All right, spring 1903. This time, Russia does what they should have done last turn and support themselves to Baltic Sea, because that would have been guaranteed last turn if Sweden supported Bothnia to Baltic. One of Denmark or Baltic would have fallen. But anyway, England now convoys to Norway, which is a bit of a mystery as to why they would do that right now if they're working with Russia. I wonder if they were maybe expecting Bothnia to be the mover into Baltic so that Norway would have a free walk into St. Pete behind. That would be very cheeky. But yeah, Thomas, I don't really know what his plan is in this game, but he is in a position where things are fairly flexible for him. He won't love English Channel, but he has the tools to deal with that right now, and he doesn't really have any other threats. So that's very good for him. Meanwhile, in the East, not only Chris Kelly does the French army go to Bohemia to support Germany to Silesia, it also goes there to support them to Galicia afterwards, clearly, with Austrian help as well. I think I can confidently say this is the first time I have ever seen a France, Germany, Austria combined support to Galicia in 1903. Pretty rare event, I will say. They do not get in, though, because Russia bounces them. Romania is dislodged, which creates a retreat into Bulgaria that was completely avoidable on Turkey's part, although maybe they wanted to leave it open for Russia because they're their ally.
Is that a retreat?
And then
they both retreated to Bulgaria. Right?
Oh yeah, they both retreated to Bulgaria because Khan didn't move there.
Yeah,
so,
I don't understand why Khan didn't move there. I think maybe just an oversight on Craig's part.
I guess to prevent an Austrian retreat to Khan with the fleet. But then there was always going to be.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, because he can kick out the unit if it retreats there in the fall.
Yeah.
But this is great. This is so good for Craig.
I mean, I think the main mistake that Turkey made here, honestly, is tapping Serbia, because to pop that Austrian fleet in Aegean, which you have to do before you move forward because it's such an annoying raider, you can't move those armies anywhere else. I'm sure Russia probably asked you to do that to protect Romania, but you still should have said no, because it's just so compromising to your position for this exact reason. Because now, even though the potential upside of leaving a retreat for Romania existed, that hasn't even been taken advantage of, and now Austria is just gaining more ground than you have, really.
I respectfully disagree with you, Patrick. This is a glorious position for Craig, because he can't be kicked out of Serbia without a retreat to Trieste. I mean, this is actually glorious. Everything is coming up Turkey.
Craig's saying he predicted that they both retreat there? Oh, dear.
Yeah.
This is just a 500 IQ play, maybe.
Honestly, this is just a glorious play by Craig, and this is such a good Turkish position. The way this board is going, look, you've got Russia completely committed in the north. So you've got an old school RT going here. And the only other major power in the game is France. And so, as Turkey, like you're fighting for a three-way for a board top, but you're in no danger of having anything other than a good game and possibly a great game. So I love what Craig's doing here.
Doctor of Death at work as we go into fall of 1903.
Yeah, so Serbia gets blown up, but that's fine. He can rebuild it. And he gets an Ionian. Craig, you lucky dog. But either way, actually, this could be a détente between Austria and Russia because Romania is walked out of to pop Serbia and Black Sea is walked into to presumably take stuff. So actually, maybe everyone just thought the same things that we were thinking, and this is a great position for Craig. Maybe we should do something about it. Just thought.
Yeah.
So that's a bit of a difficult turnabout for him. It looks like, meanwhile, England and Russia are still working together. That convoy to Norway was all part of a plan. It was all part of a particular plan. An army in Norway is very threatening to Russia as England, but an army in Sweden, not so much. So they trade Sweden. They put Russia into Denmark. They don't backfill Baltic, unfortunately for them, but at the very least, they are able to continue making forward progress against Germany, which was kind of lacking in 1902. And also a great read by Thomas here to block that convoy to Wales, correctly predicting that London would not be under threat because they can just cover London on a fall turn. Whereas Wales, it's not quite as obvious. So good job, Thomas. El, though, is still in a good position, except for, wait a minute, letting Italy walk into Marseille. Why did you hold Gascony? Huh? You're in Galicia, but you're not recovering Marseille against one army? Maybe it's arranged. No. This is arranged. Hold on a minute. No. Turkey's an Ionian, so obviously you have to. But now Italy doesn't really need that unit, so you should kick them out now, like right now. Yeah. This is a crazy board. Last game was crazy because both sides are sort of playing in very different ways.
I just want to make one comment around Jason's move in Russia last turn and this, this decision to work things out with Justin. I don't like the decision tactically in terms of what he's done. This sort of anti-Russian move, but I love it diplomatically, right? And this game is diplomacy. This game isn't tactics, right? So, it's such an awkward tactical position to be in Black Sea and Sev and have a hole in Romania and just have moved against, walked out of a center that you were about to take, But man, he really gave himself a lot more options going into 1904 here. So nice job.
Mm-hmm. All right, winner of 03. Got some consequential adjustments on this turn. And Adam, why don't you tell us about it?
Yeah, so Craig is pulling back, right, to try to defend himself against Jason here. But what's interesting is that he prioritizes staying in Ionian over pulling that fleet back to have something extra to defend Smyrna, right? His decision to build a fleet Ankara, I get it. He wants to be able to kick the Black Sea out. But on the other hand, that's really restricting in terms of how he can defend himself, right? So I'm kind of surprised that he didn't just let Ionian go back and try to throw a bone to Italy and say, Italy, you're already in Marseille. Why don't you just go out to Western Med, go that way. You and I are cool, all that kind of thing. So that may be problematic for him. In the West, El does kick out Marseille, which goes to Burgundy. England is now fighting the French, kicking them out of the English Channel. Germany is going to Belgium. This is a whole mess of a situation. El's position has gone from I have everybody's my friend to I'm not really clear if I have friends or not at this point. Certainly England and Germany are not looking like friends.
Yeah, I'm really baffled by the decision, though, for Germany to move against France here, because England and Russia, they're still a big problem for them. I don't know if they made some kind of temporary peace, but it's not going to hold given how dominant that position is and how much control they have over the German coastline. So I think it makes sense for El to trust that Eden won't put the nail in the coffin here, but instead they have, and now that's going to be pretty bad for both of them, I would think.
It feels like a missed opportunity on Eden's part to make the condition of going to Belgium here that you put me in Denmark, and that seems like a fair ask right there, right? If you want me to help you.
maybe England agreed to that, but then didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
That backs it up. Yep.
Well, France's unit in Galicia now has a new dot. That's, I guess, good. They're in Vienna.
They still have a capital at least. They have one capital.
Well, they get Vienna. They've lost Paris, obviously.
Exactly.
Because that was pretty much assured. I don't know what Eden is doing here, because they walk out of Belgium to let England walk in, and also let England go into Holland. I am assuming that Thomas is just lying and lying and lying to Eden, and Eden is buying everything that they're being fed. That's the only explanation, and that's just unfortunate for Eden, and I guess a good job for Thomas for selling this whatever you're selling, because now Thomas basically is friends with nobody in the West, or maybe trying to make friends with L here, but they're going to be up 2 centers here, so great for England. In the East, as mentioned earlier, Galicia finally finds its way into a dot. Craig gets kicked out of the Ionian, but of course retreats to Tyrrhenian Sea, as one does from this kind of position. And seems to think that they have some help from the Russians, as the Russians convoy Armenia to Romania. To me, this is pretty odd tactics, as in terms of an agreement between Russia and Turkey, because Bulgaria was not supporting the Russia into Romania.
Yeah, it did, but Austria supported it.
Can we go back?
It was 2v2.
Can we see what Bulgaria is supporting it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm surprised that Austria retreated to Tyrolia, though, instead of rebuilding in Budapest. I'm not sure what to make of that.
Bulgaria supported arm to Rome.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Of course, you don't like to see Moscow going to Sev along with that. That suggests that for Jason probably either knew that it wasn't going to work, or still isn't on board with Turkey. There's no, I guess there's.
They need one more to crack Rum.
The retreat. I guess it covers the retreat from Rum, so I guess it is the right move. Sorry.
All right, so winter of 1904, we've got Thomas coming out on top, putting down 2. Patrick will play Who Do You Like?
Well, it's good that you mention England, because I think I like England here. I don't think it should be too difficult to see why. Russia's had a very strange and volatile diplomatic situation in the south. Both of their northern fleets have been employed against Germany, so that they are essentially knocked out as a northern threat. And they've got 2 builds here. They could do pretty much whatever they want with. I would advocate for 2 armies, because I think there are some holes you need to fill on the mainland to get those fleets in Belgium and Holland in more useful spots. But yeah, England doesn't really have any credible threats here, and they've got more growth, and they've already got the lead on top of that. So I really like that position.
Adam, do you agree? And even if you do agree, if not England, who would you pick?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to argue with England here. I guess the others that one could argue for, I mean, Turkey is still in this game and still, I think, has a shot. If he can get Russia back on side, right? I mean, I think the RT game here is still pretty strong. And I think Italy's probably not out of it either, though their position is super awkward right now. So I'm not super excited. So I would say, if not England, I would have to pick Turkey.
All right. Winner of 04. We get half of what you were looking for, Patrick.
Good enough.
I love what Germany pulls here.
Yep. Absolutely. Crystal clear. And spring of 05, Patrick.
All right, so we see England trying to move that freshly built, glorious army in Liverpool into a convoy position, which they do. But France also moves into an attack position on Liverpool. And oh dear, they have a potential convoy into Clyde here. Actually, Mid-Atlantic Ocean could be dislodged, but then, yeah, I guess that kind of forces Thomas to attack Mid-Atlantic with 2, because otherwise, you're massively risking a huge security complication here. That's the one thing that can still sink England's position, that convoy. So yeah, he'll have to address that, but he can, so it's not the biggest issue. Meanwhile, France is also putting Turkey into Tunis, I presume to punish Italy for taking Paris. I'm going to go with that as the narrative. And then Turkey also making some progress further in the east by getting that army out of Armenia and into Romania. So good turn for Craig, good turn for Jason, as well as, of course, that army left Armenia to go to Romania. So good job there. The big wild card, of course, is the French army in Galicia, as it has been for this entire game, because while Justin has kicked it out of Vienna, you got to wonder, are France and Austria now going to work together? Is Justin going to make it up to L by now using that unit as a pick against Rum in a counterattack? Although that might still not be successful. Depends on if Ukraine covers Warsaw.
Patrick, you're bringing up this convoy to Clyde. I guess if I'm sitting in England and I'm thinking to myself, we have Germany and Picardy, Italy and Burgundy and Piedmont. If France wants the convoy, their one army that's sitting in France into Clyde, that's. I mean, yes, that will be annoying to me, but that also will be like the very definition of suicide. So let's see what happens, I guess. Hey,
It's the very definition of suicide.
Oh, no. Okay.
I mean, I guess you sort of pseudo covered for it by taking Brest, which will give you the ability to potentially piff that, but you still shouldn't. I guess. I forgot Western Med was there to support Mid Atlantic. So no,
I think this is
just the correct
I know. I honestly think it is a mistake on Elle's part. I mean, she got lucky because Picardy didn't do, Burgundy didn't go, nothing went to Marseille here, whatever. Okay, fine. You pulled that off, but I would much sooner go Gascony to Paris here and cover Brest and cover Mao and all that kind of good stuff. Get myself a build and get myself into a position where I can defend myself in the long term here.
I mean, let's be a little more fair to Elle here. This isn't luck. This is more of a deal, because now she's convinced those Italian armies to move away from her, presumably in exchange for not helping Turkey keep Tunis, which is a nice deal to strike, as well as Justin walking out of Vienna here. So,
what is the price for that, though? What is the price?
My point is, not nearly as much went wrong for France as it could have, given this risky convoy to Clyde, and I think that's an example of some diplomatic acumen. Fair.
We'll find out how that plays out.
Also, Russia's +3. Should we talk about that?
Yeah, I think we probably should talk about Russia
thank you,
+3.
Patrick.
Yep.
Let's not overlook that when we are.
Because Germany doesn't take Berlin back, so ruh-roh. Well, one of them's a rebuild, actually, because Black Sea's popped. So this is just a big realignment from the RT, which makes sense.
Well, it's not a realignment. Like, that's two Austrian centers that Germany just took, right? And
yeah, but now it's solidified because Russia's waiving their option to stab again later.
Yeah, Jason clarified last turn. Their AR broke down because Austria wanted Bulgaria to Romania, so that's why we're seeing this adjustment. It's a return back, so it was like a one-turn adjustment.
Mm-hmm.
So +3 is the net result. We are now tied for the board top between England and Russia. We get... talk to me, Adam.
I hate St. Pete North Coast here. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I actually was hoping for no St. Pete build, put down 3 armies, and the third one in Moscow. You're working with England up north. Why do that? You've got all these beautiful, tasty Austrian dots. You've got a Turkey who's now working with you. Why are you doing that now? Not yet.
We already talked about why those isolated North Coast fleets don't tend to be very good, because Baltic and Denmark aren't really in a position to help them, that fleet.
And there goes Denmark. I mean, well, you got Germany supporting it, but I mean...
It's gone next turn.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we're making a play up into Budapest, and we're making our play on those Austrian dots anyway, but we're giving some of them to Turkey because that's what we have to do here. We can't send anything towards Germany because we don't have the armies to do it. Elsewhere, the French are destroying something in North Africa. Is that an Italian army or something?
That's the Turkish fleet.
The Turkish fleet. Okay, I guess that's something you can do here. And are we convoying back to Brest?
Yep. Going back to
straight up
Brest.
swap.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, what a mess. I don't know why England is walking out of Brest here, though. That doesn't.
Uh, Adam, Craig said this a couple turns ago. He said,
Yeah,
"Whole mess of the situation." You sang
I know.
it, so here we
Craig
go.
knows me too well.
yeah.
We've played too many times.
Hey, now this is only half of a mess of a situation because the East makes perfect sense right now.
So, what are we seeing there?
Well, I mean, it's RT, right? And we're going to continue to do the RT kind. We're going to do RT type kind of stuff now, and I think that's fine. But Craig is going to demand that he gets fed, is the thing, and it's really Jason who's in the position to take things. But Craig is going to say, "Feed me, because I'm Craig and I want to get fed." And that's
Serbia's opening up a route for that, though.
Serbia is helpful, but where is it? What's coming next, right? So let's see. Yeah, Craig just kind of sits there. Vienna is gone, so we bid a fond farewell to Justin Lohr. Again, this is what I was saying. So Russia is losing Berlin, though I guess they're getting Sweden here. They're trading Sweden for Denmark here. Big deal. So there you go. Actually, Justin stays alive in Munich. Cool. What is Thomas doing? Thomas is just covering his butt, and L is retaking their centers. So this is a good turn for L, actually.
Yeah, L has kind of stealthily rebuilt the solvency of her position here. I think she recognized, okay, Army in Galicia, it was fun, but I'm not keeping Vienna, so might as well keep the home front. And she really did a great job to take advantage of this North Coast build from Russia to her own benefit. Another thing you have to consider when you build North Coast as Russia is someone else going to benefit from that build more than you? And in this case, it panicked England enough that they were willing to bargain for peace with France, and now that's led to L getting everything back. Perfect.
This game feels a lot like everyone reacting. It does not feel like there's like any coherent grand plans that anyone has or that they've been able to execute. It feels like consistently everyone is just reacting to different things that are happening on the board. It's quite interesting that way.
Which is an important skill. There are some games that just end up that way.
Totally.
And there are some players who really thrive in that kind of environment and actually seek to try and create that sort of game. But there are others that play differently. Question for you, Jason, asking what should Turkey build in the RT? So that was probably in reference to last time, but we'll just put it down right now. If we're going to assuming we're keeping this RT train going, what are you putting down here, Patrick?
Well, as Russia, you have to see at least one fleet because that indicates a commitment to breaking Ionian, which indicates commitment to a growth path that is not Russia. You have to account for the Italian build here. You have to account for the strength 4 that you're going to need in order to break that. And that would also involve moving out of Black Sea. I think if you're building double armies as Turkey, you do need one army because you can't have just one isolated unit in the Balkans. That's just asking for a stab. But if you build 2, then one of them has to be adjacent to Armenia. And when you're already in Black Sea, that's going to provoke a response. So it has to be army conflict, Smyrna, I would say.
Adam, you agree?
Yep.
All right, let's see if that's what we see. 2 armies.
Unless
so
you don't want to do RT.
That would indicate not RT to me. We'll see. We also get an army from L and a fleet from Mateo.
It's hard to see a situation where Russia doesn't just take Serbia right now, but yeah.
Oh, look, they took Serbia.
Yeah. I mean,
but they take it from the wrong location.
What do you expect to happen when that's your build? I mean, there's no way.
They take it from the wrong location. So what could have happened here is that Sev could bounce Armenia so that forces Black to support it, which means Black's not tapping Rum, which means Rum can safely support Budapest to Serbia. But instead, now Sev's going to be lost, and there's nothing Jason can do about it. And Serbia is retakeable on top of that if Italy wants to help. So not the best response, actually, from Jason, I would say. I really like how this has worked out for Craig. In the West, meanwhile, I really like how this has worked out for L. I already mentioned that last turn. I'm going to say it again here because England is continuing to finish off Germany and make them pay for that snipe of Holland last turn and defend from Russia. So they lose Denmark, they get Kiel, they get Holland. They're also going to lose Belgium and some other stuff. Let's just put it that way, because L has suddenly surrounded them with all of their units. And now, look at that. A free convoy to Wales with enough years left in the game to fully conquer the British Isles if Elle commits to it. How lovely, not for England, but for France.
Yeah, I'm just gonna echo what Patrick said about Russia here. I also want to point out, like, if you know that you're about to go to war with Turkey, why are you going Vienna to Bohemia, right? Like, there's no need for you to be up there. Munich is not coming down to Tiroli or Bohemia or something to bother you, right? Like,
Maybe you have
that's
promises
stuff.
about Italy helping you to Munich, and then you
You know
cooperate
what?
from
Your
there?
priority, though, is not helping Italy to Munich here, right? Your priority is
No, getting help to Munich from Italy.
yeah, maybe that's what's going to happen now. But wouldn't you rather be able to have a play on Bulgaria or to be able to hold Sev and all that kind of stuff? Like, you know, I
Certainly.
think there's an argument. Not only should Vienna not be going to Bohemia, but that Silesia should be dropping back into Galicia here.
I can see why they did it. I was just saying earlier there was a better moveset to cover for that with Armenia and Budapest and all that.
So, Patrick, you mentioned that Italy might work with Turkey on Serbia. Adam, would you make that deal? Would you, as Italy, help Turkey
Yeah.
take back Serbia?
No, probably.
I would
not.
ask for
I mean,
support into Serbia at this point because
No,
they're getting set.
I don't. I think that I'm with Russia here. I'm looking for Russia to be working with me here because, I mean, honestly, I'm sitting super fleet heavy, so I don't really, you know, I want to either be able to get some Turkish dots like Greece, or I want to have the freedom to send something against France here. So no, I don't think I'm working with Turkey here. Oh, interesting. Well, this is a good deal. This is actually okay. I didn't see this. I didn't see doing it this way. This is a good deal. This is a reasonably good deal for Italy, and they get to move to Eastern Med anyway. So, you know,
It's not a good deal at all. No, they lose Berlin and they don't get to Serbia. They get bounced. That's there's a much better way to negotiate this.
Sorry. Why did they?
There's a brace in Serbia from Turkey.
Oh, they're trying to work with the Russians
With the
here
Russians.
to do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I see.
But then the Russians don't work with them because they stabbed for Berlin.
Because the Russians stand for Berlin.
They've made up with
I
England.
see.
Yeah, they walked out of Denmark as well.
Yeah. Okay.
This was the deal: Denmark for Berlin. So
Nice. Well done, Jason.
then-
Interesting. Yeah.
So I guess Russia's only working with Italy in such a capacity that is useful against Turkey. But then
But why does
they're-
Russia move to Romania with a double force? They know they're going to get kicked out of Sev, so they don't need to double into Rum.
well, there's nothing else you can really do.
Oh,
with
Sev
at
is
that point.
getting cut, so it doesn't matter.
It's a filler
Sev
order.
Sev is a pointless is a useless order. They know that. Okay. Yep.
All right. Net result, we've got England going up 1, Turkey going up 1. Current board leader is Jason Gray at 8 centers. We've got a tie for second between both of the witches in England and Turkey. Take a quick look at the adjustments that are going down. We've got an ascending France also putting down a fleet as we go into spring of 08. Adam.
Yeah. So Craig comes out to Aegean, loses Serbia to the IR here. So clearly the Berlin thing was either arranged or forgiven, which kind of makes sense because there was really nothing Italy could do about it. And so I think Jason has a reasonable argument there around that. In the West, see a lot of red arrows, but ultimately France is in Wales in the English Channel, now in Belgium. This is rough for Thomas here, and Ella's making, you know, in a position now to make progress.
Yeah, I got to say, I really love this, how England is approaching this defense right now. They negotiated that deal over Denmark and Berlin last turn, and that peace with Russia now allows them to get Kiel out and back onto the mainland. And that's the one way that they'd be able to fend off El here pretty much fully. So I thought England was screwed after that big move last year from France, but they're proving me wrong. Good job, Thomas. And then they give up Holland for some reason.
Well, they're taking a guess here, and they're guessing they're going to get bounced out of Kiel, and it doesn't happen.
That's strange. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
Very fortunate for L, though.
It is. It is. +3. No. Yeah, +3 because of the rebuild.
Yeah, so Elle takes some guesses here. I think there was no guarantees for her or for England, and she guesses in a way that lets her take Liverpool, gets Wales destroyed, so we'll have, I guess, 4 builds here since she takes Belgium, Holland, Liverpool, and has a PIF, so should have 4 builds.
Lost London, though, so not going to be short.
Lost London, thank you. Should have 3 builds, and the Italians are coming.
So Claire saying, I assume Thomas had a deal with L that got broken. Pretty heartbreaking game for Thomas. Is there a world in which, I mean, it's easy for us seeing the results, but is there a world in which you would take a deal when you're looking at this position?
Yeah,
I don't know.
What else are you going to do?
I guess that's
here, right?
true.
Like you've got 4 fleets in the north. What are you going to do other than kill England? I mean, there's no deal to be had.
Yeah. Well, winner of 1908, we see France tying now for the board top, putting down double fleets and an army. We've got England giving up their fleets in Kiel and Helgoland. We've got Craig disbanding in Eastern Med. We've got 2 armies down from Matteo. Coming into the home stretch, most games in the Virtual Diplomacy League go till about 1910 on average. So we're assuming we'll have 1 to 2-ish years if everything goes according to type. We'll pause here real quick. Patrick, go to you. Who's got the best chance at topping this board?
Russia. I think
Adam?
these English disbands, I was just about to say, these English disbands have possibly sealed the game, because obviously France is now going to make the argument that, right, she needs to move back now to deal with this Italian attack, so she should have peace with England. I don't think England's buying it. I think they're going to take Liverpool back. In order to keep the units on the board that are necessary to guarantee that, they disbanded all the stuff on the Russian border, and now, all of a sudden, Russia's got some dots in pocket that England is maybe okay with them taking if it means France doesn't top after what they did to them. So I really like Russia all of a sudden. Adam?
Can't argue with that.
All right, let's find out what happens. Spring 1909.
Sure enough, Kiel falls, Norway falls. Neither of them are opposed by Thomas. Munich goes to Berlin, interestingly, so maybe Austria is opposed to a Russian top, and that could have far-reaching consequences. But either way, we know what England's doing. They're going after Liverpool. They succeed in kicking France out. They also clear the English Channel with some bouncing and moving into Belgium from L. And there's going to be a bit of a guess here on Marseille and Spain. So there wasn't really a way for L to get all the units necessary in position to defend both centers, unless they move Belgium to Burgundy. Which actually they should have done.
Belgium to Burgundy. Why is it going to Ruhr here?
Yeah, that's optimistic.
Greedy.
Maybe Elle's just got that, she's got that Sigma female grind set. I'll just win the guess. Don't worry. I'm just like that. I'm built different. But I don't think that's going to work out super well. And then Russia gets back into Sep as if they needed any more reason to be optimistic about their position. And now Craig has a free growth path into Trieste if Russia's willing to help them, which I think they will be in order to not get attacked in Romania. So congratulations, Jason. In the fall, okay, Kiel's kicked out, so the hype train slows down a little bit, but Jason takes Serbia, which is actually maybe not a good idea because, sure enough, Turkey was trying to go to Trieste and probably asking for Russian support. I guess there isn't much Turkey can do to retaliate now, but also, you're far ahead of Turkey thanks to your northern situation with England. Why do you need to attack Turkey when they're not that much of a rival at the moment with them contained? I don't know if I love this for Jason, but either way, he still has the advantageous position. He's still got 2 builds. No, he's got 3 builds. No, Serbia, Sev, Norway. So he's in a perfectly fine position, and I think he's ready to maybe ask for a draw, although I don't know if France is going to accept it just yet.
Yeah, I think Craig has very little to lose by tapping Rum here instead of this whole conga line thing.
I mean, Jason must have sweet-talked him. Can you please move out of Black Sea? Come on, it's the RT thing to do, right? We've had such a tumultuous relationship all game. Let's just be friendly for the rest of it, right?
Yeah, I think Jason's
Craig,
got this. I mean, this should. Unless somebody wants to play on, this should draw here.
Yeah,
and it does.
There it is.
Jason Gray comes across with an 11 center, top as Russia over second place Eldor's France. Patrick, how did Jason do it?
He played the North just right, waited for the lucky break, and just played the diplomatic situation, played all of his diplomatic opportunities to perfection. When France made that move on England, that easily could have been the moment where it all broke apart for them and Russia just joined in and took those centers. But instead, they really played the relationship to such a point where they got enough security in the North to deal with their southern problems. They still got some kind of growth through Berlin, through that deal that they made with Thomas. And that ultimately was parlayed into enough of a southern position to hold to the point where they could hang on long enough for the North to become even better for them as the EF relationship continued to disintegrate. I think that Denmark for Berlin trade that we saw in fall of 2006, I think it was really the defining moment of this game that ensured that Jason had the advantage just because of the value of that relationship at that point.
All right. Well, that was fun. We did it twice. Let's do it one more time before we go to our feature league. To help us with that, we're going to add David Hood back. David, welcome.
Glad to be here.
And Patrick, we're going to give you a break. Thank you very much for your analysis. And let's get to our next game. And it would be great if I actually pulled it up. There we go. VDL 274 Rosewood. Adam, why don't you introduce our players? I'm sorry, David, why don't you introduce our players?
Sure. We've seen Florian a lot over the last several months, coming in 8th place. Aurora, face-to-face player as well from North America playing. Jackson, I assume this is our Jackson from California, right? This is back again, playing in probably the first game of this season in VDL. Bazendag, we've seen, is also a top 10 player. David Seymour is one of our players from the Asia Pacific hobby. It's good to see David back, and Claire we already talked about, coming in as the current league leader. And of course, what would League Night be without an appearance from your friend and mine, Christian Brown, a Windy City Weasel from Peoria?
All right, let's get to it. This is going to be a fun one. Spring of 1901. Adam, why don't you take it away?
All right, we have the Churchill opening for England, Liverpool going to Edinburgh, France going into Piedmont here, which is interesting. Bounce in Trieste by the Italians and the Austrians. Turks go to Syria and Black Sea with a bounce with the Russians, and nobody at all goes to Galicia. So kind of a few different things there from what we normally see.
I take one game off, and this is what happens.
Yeah, big highlight is Piedmont.
What is going on here?
All right, in the fall. I missed Munich to Burgundy. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Like Munich to Burgundy, and the French had Piedmont. What the crap?
So Burgundy, of course, goes to Gascony because no need to go for a center. That makes sense. And England convoys down to Belgium and gets Norway. Russia puts their army into Romania. Austria does the normal stuff with Italy, and Austria bouncing again into Trieste, and we get that beautiful convoy into Tunis that we all love so dearly.
I'm loving the French being in Tyrolia and the Germans being in Gascony. I don't know that I've ever seen that before, which is saying something when I say something like that.
That's the second game we've seen tonight where this has happened. This is now a trend. It
seems like it's by design to do this, but I don't know whether it's something that we're going to continue to see. I'm not sure how.
Was this in the last game too? I was taking a break.
Yeah, it was. L did it. Ended up in Galicia in like 1902, I think, or maybe 1903.
Yeah, had Vienna and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Good.
It reminds me of the Italian adventure kind of concept. Just it's the French expedition. So, all right. Take a quick look at the adjustments that we put down, and David, I'll let you talk about these. This is
Jackson.
Yeah.
Jackson. I know there's a German army in Gascony, but really 2 armies from France? Is that really what you're doing with your fleet stuck in Portugal? Yes, I understand you can do this and kill the army in Gascony, but wow, the positionally EG is really in good position. I guess that's what positionally means, David. All right, look in the East. Bulgaria lost again. We've seen that also in the first game, I think, with Bulgaria being lost by the Turks in spring of 02. Italians into Eastern Med. We've got the potential Lepanto convoy coming in from the Italians. We shall see. Russians take the Black Sea again. Unlike some other people who have built in St. Pete, North Coast, Claire builds the army up there and just does sort of defensive, self-bouncy things as Russia in the north.
Yeah, this is a fun little set of moves here. This is setting up for a really interesting early game as we go into fall of 02.
And the Mid-Atlantic is taken. You know how Mid-Atlantic's taken? Because there's only one French fleet is why that's taken. Burgundy is kicked out. Now, why are they doing that? It's what we call a forward retreat. So the Germans are hitting the Burgundy army by consent, so that Burgundy can then decide where it's going to retreat. Could it retreat to Marseille? Could it retreat to Paris? Depending on the situation here, retreating to Paris.
I wonder if it should have went to Gascony though, right? Because they can't keep Paris.
It's a fall turn. Give me the freaking center.
Oh, it's fall. I'm sorry. I thought it was spring. You're right.
But Bohemia to Silesia though, so we do have that whole thing going on.
Like that's an important unit for France.
Listen, I would love to have a unit in Silesia while I'm losing Paris. That's a very French thing to do. They don't care about Paris in France. Yeah, I bet, Claire. I bet. All right, so we've got Armenia now being taken by Claire. And do the Italians support into the Aegean, which again is something that can happen because there's only one Turkish fleet. So there's no way that can be stopped.
Yeah, Christian pulling back to try and block the Lepanto, which we've seen 2 or 3 of those this season. The actual true follow-on from Tunis into Syria, which we've not seen very many of those in the 2025 or 2024 season. So definitely higher. I don't know the exact statistics, but a lot more. So I can understand Christian pulling back here. But ouch.
There's also no reason not to, because you know that if they want, they can kick you out of the Aegean anyway. So you might as well do this.
All right, Aurora putting down an army. Bazundying putting down a army in Belgium. We've got an army in Trieste as we go into 03. Adam.
Well, I'm glad that France kept that army in Silesia because it has the opportunity now to go to Prussia, which is a good place to be if you're a French army and about to get. Now you have 2 English armies in France, so good. Elsewhere, now the Austrians feel the need to be up in Bohemia, Tyrolia, and such places. Now that Turkey is pretty much pretty toast here. With the Italians in Smyrna and the Austrians now in Cannes. So we've got a little bit of an AIR type of thing against what I guess is an EG, though more E than G right now.
If you are watching this game and trying to learn tactical tricks, why is English Army Paris supporting the French Army Marseille to Burgundy? I thought they were at war. Yes, they are. Right? But isn't that what our guy in Paris is doing? Supporting supporting Marseille to Burgundy. You're assuming that maybe that Marseille and Picardy were going to do a self bounce, and you're doing that to get that unit out of position, right? Because you know the Germans are going to be in Gascony. So I think that it's what we call in diplomacy an unwanted support, I think is what that is.
All right, so for fall, sadly, that French army in Prussia can't make it into Livonia because the Russians self-bounce themselves there. That's very unfortunate. I was hoping to make the whole circuit, but can't do it yet. Here, the Germans now get Spain. The English get Brest. The French cover Marseille, which is, I guess, a small consolation. So the Austrians are making their attempt on Munich, while the Italians say, hey, you know what's a good thing to do right here? A good thing to do right here would be to convoy to Greece, because we don't really need the Austrians right now. What we need is to work with the Russians, and those Austrian dots are going to be ours. And the Russians like that idea too. They take Ankara while the Italians support the Turks into Constantinople. They take Bulgaria. So this is just a nice turn for the AI to terrible turn for the Austrians here, who are about to get skewered by those two.
Yeah, that is a really nicely done stab of Austria, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right, winner of 1903. Ouch for Jackson, going down 2
Okay,
centers.
I want to ask a question, David. What do you think are France's pulls here? I'm assuming not Prussia. What do you think?
I am also assuming that because if you're going to do something that's entertaining, please continue to be entertaining. Why would you stop the entertainment now? It's only 1903.
All right, there we go. We're keeping Prussia. We're keeping Marseille. Okay, take a quick look at these adjustments. And David, talk us through spring of
All right.
1904.
The question was going to be, what does EG do now? Because there's very little left to do. And the answer, I guess, is go to Western Med with a single fleet and see where you get from there. It's interesting. Let's see. What else is going on here? We've got the Belgium going to North Sea. Was Holland? No, Denmark supported Belgium in the North Sea, so I'm not sure what Holland was up to there. They're still together. Although Kiel to Ruhr, well, I guess because there's still a French army to deal with, so that makes sense. All right, in the east, what have we got going on in the east? We've got the Austrians going back to Trieste, but that's because the Italians are getting in position to try to take a shot. The Wintergreen units take Serbia. Khan is in the – well, actually, Khan is not taken here. That's a little surprising to me. Why not go ahead and kill that unit so they don't have to worry about it being behind your lines? Just go ahead and kill that. I know it slows you down a little bit against Austria, but so what? Only a little bit.
They can do it in the fall, right?
But then it can retreat to Ankara.
Oh, that's true.
That's the issue. Yeah. You're killing it. You're killing it in the spring turn. We would have had nowhere to retreat. I don't know. There may be another theory here, but that's probably what I would have done. Because now you just got to postpone it till later, which may also be fine. You're freaking killing Trieste and Budapest. And
the reason the Germans went to why are the Germans making a supported attack on Belgium? Because I think the Germans are stabbing the English here. That's why they went to Ruhr rather than doing something more effective against advancing their units. They're fighting the English here. So. Well, that's interesting.
That's a brave move.
It's very odd. It's a very odd choice, especially since they're basically know that they're trading Spain and Marseille here, and then Marseille is basically just hanging in the wind.
Maybe they thought it was their only chance to get to get an advantage over Aurora, even if it was a slight.
But it looks like the English are also kind of stabbing the Germans. Was this just like supply center trades that didn't happen? It's very hard to understand what's going on in the Low Countries here because we got North going to Holland with support of Belgium, and we got Ruhr going. This might have just been a.
Maybe this is a fake war. Maybe this is
This might have just been
kind of misinformation or something.
Yeah, it might be.
But one thing that is not fake is the get ready for it dismemberment of Austria. We've already done the dismemberment of Turkey. Now we've seen the dismemberment of Austria in the early part of the game. Wow.
All right. Winner of 1904, orders in the box. And what do we see? Okay, take a look at that. And Adam, spring of 05.
Oh, they're fighting. That was not fake. They are fighting. All right, so there's some legit stuff going on. And who gets the advantage here? Well, advantage goes to England big time. They get Marseille, and that gets piffed, which is huge. I see Munich gets cut. That's why Marseille doesn't get to Burgundy. So Marseille is piffed. Holland is taken as well because Ruhr is cut. And they're giving up Norway to Russia, which seems okay, actually, given the positional advantage, and Russia taking Norway with an army isn't terribly bad for England anyway. In the east, we're finishing off the Austrians, and now the Italians are coming west. So,
yeah, that attack or whatever that was in the fall with Germany, They might have just realized that England was coming and they were doing their best to defend. Might have been what it was.
Yep.
All right. Well, something I did want to call out, Jason saying 3-1 center powers. That is a lot of fun. A lot of times in a board state like this, whoever can get the smaller powers on side that can be a difference maker. And I love it whenever
But aren't they all getting killed in the fall 1905?
Probably, but
Portugal's not going to get taken now. No way.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah,
that's probably true.
No way.
Yeah,
that's true.
But I do love it when a small power can find a way to stay engaged. You can sometimes be the difference maker. Let's find out what happens in fall of 05. Adam.
Oh, okay. Shows what I know. I'm frankly really surprised by this. I don't think this is a good choice by England to walk out of Marseille like that and give it to Italy. I think that's a real mistake. You might feel like you're giving a deal to Italy, but what incentive does Italy have other than to keep advancing? Right? Yeah, I mean, they kind of slow play it. They don't go to Western Media. They go to Tunis, but they're in Tunis and Tyrrhenian Sea and Lyon. Like I think that's a I don't see a good reason.
And you're putting the Italians in Munich.
And you're putting the Italians in Munich. I don't like that at all. Now Italy's going to be building 3. I don't know.
What I don't, and maybe Claire has a good reason. I just don't see why you don't kill Khan here. You've got the units to do it. They're not doing anything else. You put Black Sea and Ankara. You work with the Italians to give the Russians to Khan. I mean, I think that's what you do. So none of that makes a whole lot of sense to me. Even from an alliance hygiene point of view, the Khan unit is just destabilizing.
We've seen Claire keep players around just so that they can stay alive and in the game in the past. I don't know if that's what's going on here, but it could be.
That's a good point. She definitely has done that before.
So I did skip Who Do You Like? And I'm kind of glad I did because this is an interesting situation to do it in. So winner of 05, we've got a very, very strong winner green. Italy on top at 11 centers, Russia at 10, and then followed up closely by England at 9. Adam, you get to pick one power. Who do you want to be?
I'm going to pick Russia. I think that if Claire can keep Italy engaged in the West, she's going to have the opportunity for some massive stabs in the Balkans and Austria once we get to like 1907, 1908.
This is a fascinating position by 1905. The 3 big powers and everyone else basically smushed. That is unusual in a VDL game, and it's unusual to happen this early. So honestly, I think any of these 3 has a decent chance. I'd like to see more Seymour here and see how much more they can do.
We got.
And I think I would. Yeah, I think I would. Wait, I'm not agreeing with Tommy. Never mind.
Well,
my Italy vote back.
You don't have to, David, because he tornadoed and picked Russia instead. So.
Tommy, tornado comes in here picking every power. You can't do that. You got to pick one or the other. But I do think all 3 of them have a shot here. Honestly, Aurora's building 2 here.
I agree. I mean, I think it's anybody's game. Yeah, I think that's right. But
which is fascinating.
This depends on the diplomacy and whether Italy can be kept moving west. If Italy decides to stay in the east, then
you know how much I don't like 2 army builds from England here. I know that I'm a dissenting person about Italy and about England and armies. Armies are a secondary consideration unless you're going after it solo. You should be building frickin' fleets here. This is too
I mean, you're probably really regretting it when you see that North Coast fleet from Russia.
Well, this is why you have to build a fleet in case something like that happens. But at least 1 fleet here, not 2 armies. Come on.
There's almost an argument for 2 fleets, especially if you're going to send something against Italy and you need another fleet in the north.
Yeah, honestly, England doesn't have enough fleets. Goodness.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying.
Doesn't matter if you work it out, I guess.
Yeah, this is what I was saying about making a deal with Italy to give them Marseille here. You know, what incentive does Italy have to do other than to keep going? So, and it looks like Russia's setting up to take out Khan right now. So, but Russia and Italy, you know, they make the agreed upon bounces. But again, to me, this is really great news for Claire because those Italian units are going in the direction, in the other direction. I think that maybe Italy made a mistake here. Maybe Piedmont would have been better than Tyrolia. And putting that fleet in Lyon wasn't necessary. Putting that fleet from Lyon into Marseille wasn't necessary. Had they gone to Piedmont, they could have put an army into Marseille in the fall. So maybe slow them down a little bit.
I wouldn't be surprised if the wintergreen sticks together here and they just race to see who is at the top.
Yeah, I think we've got some back chatter in Dip Chat kind of backing that up. So we've got Aurora was upset at Claire, and then Claire saying saw St. Pete North Coast as worse than Tunis and Tyrrhenian. It was very clear the wintergreen mutually wanted to keep pushing, but blame came back on Claire. So David, what's your take? If you're England in this position, you see the fleet St. Pete North Coast versus what you see from Italy. Is one particularly worse than the other from the sports state from your perspective?
I think that Italy, well, if I were Aurora, I would have been really, really disappointed to see the fleet North Coast. I was expecting Italy to come.
Yep.
I was not expecting Claire to come too. That's probably what's going on here, is that Aurora was, so that's why you build two armies. You think you have a deal with Aurora to leave the North alone, and then Aurora builds the fleet. That probably makes Aurora think, why did I just build two armies? Crap. And so it could have just been a reaction to something that was unexpected. Whereas the fleet moves from Italy are kind of expected. Of course, yes, they're expected. So build a fleet. Don't build two armies. No.
Yeah. All right. Fall of 1906.
Oh, is this me?
Yes.
Yeah, Spain, which couldn't be held. Well, I guess it could have been. Burgundy could have hit, but then they would have lost Paris. So that was a Hobson's choice, as they say. That French Janissary is now in Denmark. That is a well-traveled, cosmopolitan army, that French Foreign Legion, now in Denmark.
It's trying to get all the places in the 7 Years' War.
Well, that's a good point. If it could only get to Greenland somehow, that'd be the great place for the French Foreign Legion. All right, so convoy to Holland. If you're going to build the armies, you better put them on the continent. Yeah, so that's good for Aurora. Do not take. I'm also surprised by that. Why? It may just be the thing you're talking about, Brian. That Claire just doesn't want to knock Christian out of the game, which is fine. I think people could play any way they want to play.
I don't know. I wonder if this is a move that Italy wasn't supposed to make. If they were supposed to be supporting Ankh to Khan right there.
Oh, I see. To be honest, I had read that Smyrna as a move to Khan. So I didn't.
To me, this looks like Smyrna is probably supposed to support Ankara here, but I could be wrong. But I don't know.
No, you're probably right, actually.
All right, winner of 06.
South Coast, Claire. That's bad. You're making me mad now. South Coast, come on. No, that's clearly the right move, by the way. All right, Adam, you're up.
Yep. Let's see. I mean, it looks like that the Russians and Italians continue to be copacetic. Claire does move down to Ukraine to have an extra unit down there just in case, but it looks all good. I mean, I'm still waiting for now that Claire moved out from Ankh to Black Sea. I'm still waiting for Turkey to get their build come the fall. But let's see. But I think what was really important that we didn't comment on was that the English disbanded Spain, which allows the Italians now to move into Portugal. So this still suggests that they're much more mad at the Russians than they are at the Italians. Interestingly enough, that Gascony goes back down to Spain, so Italy is sort of setting up a line around Marseille and Iberia, which could be suggestive that they're thinking of protecting themselves or stopping around where they are rather than trying to continue to grow. These moves seem very conservative for the position.
I think it's a diplomatic play. David's saying, I will move away from you, Aurora, if you reorient your units up towards Claire.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So is it time to start talking about a solo for anyone? Is that in the cards from this position?
No,
I
I don't think so.
It's too. Solos happen when you've got a big player and a bunch of medium to small players. It's not going to happen. It's unlikely to happen in this scenario in a time limited game. A solo could happen from this scenario in an unlimited game for sure, but not in a time limited game.
I think Aurora really has to show a lot more anger and distress than they're showing right now, right? I mean, they are still keeping English Channel, tapping on Mal for what that's worth. They're covering centers in France and so forth. So, and I do like this where Khan goes to Ankara to take their shot for fun. I do like that. Good for you, Christian, for making the shot at it.
You know, Aurora got snookered, is what happened. So instead of using North Atlantic to block English Channel, they lose to block Mid-Atlantic, they lose Mid-Atlantic.
Yep.
Okay, we get David putting down another army, steadily and slowly growing. Spring of 1908, David.
I mean, I keep looking in the Balkans to see if there's any hint of any chicanery, but I'm not seeing any chicanery of any kind, at least not yet. What am I seeing in the West? I am seeing not much, honestly. No attempt to move forward from Gascony. No attempt to move forward from Mid-Atlantic. I'm not, again, unless this is another diplomatic play, I'm not sure I get that.
Maybe we're gonna draw here.
I think it's setting up for a draw.
We're gonna draw here, I think.
Claire Aurora was threatening to throw a solo. I don't think it's possible. Did react by increasing strength in the Balkans. So I think that's a good call out. Sometimes people will threaten the throw, and sometimes that's legit, but many times it's not. So just needing to be able to understand the board state.
Norwegian to now is not showing a throw to Italy. I'll tell you that.
No. So maybe this is about to go.
Game continues in fall of 08.
But there's nothing happening here. I mean, actually, the Italians support the Russians to Smyrna, but Italy walks out. This is trading some dots here.
Trading dots, yeah.
Yeah, this is dot management. This game is going to draw after the fall, I think.
That's what it looks like.
It does not.
No?
Okay, now. So
I mean,
somebody
still
maybe
not a whole lot happening here. There's still, the Russians now take Bulgaria.
It could even be one of the small powers vetoing it just for fun.
Jackson.
I think it's an agreed upon 12-12 because now Romania is taking Bulgaria with Bulgaria just walking out to Greece. I think this is just an agreed upon shared board top. Interesting. 09 because there's not enough happening and there's no argument with the with this. Yeah, this is about to end.
Wow. Okay, so we end up 12-12.
It's a strong alliance from the beginning.
Here.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. So, Adam, we get a shared top between David and Claire in our probably strongest wintergreen that we've seen this season. How did it happen?
Yeah, I mean, you can't argue with the result, right? They were on the page from pretty early in the game, right? Effective takedown of Turkey, effective move on Austria, sneakily as Turkey was going down, used that last, kept that last Turkish unit alive as sort of a buffer zone in between them, and then just aggressive play in the north and the west. I mean, just very effective dot management, alliance management, and really nobody ever did any kind of tricksy moves that, the moves were, there was never any funny business. There was never any escalation of units against each other. They kept just enough units back to have good fences, making good neighbors, but not too much that they couldn't make massive gains on their respective fronts.
I think the question on these kind of outcomes where you got the shared tops is that going to be enough for these players to get where they want to be by the end of the season? And the answer might be yes. It also might be opportunity missed. Sometimes, I think I mentioned earlier that sometimes you get a strong alliance, you break into the other side of the board, and you just race. And if the other side ends up a center or two ahead of you, you shake their hands and say, great, at least my ally did well. You don't necessarily have to fight each other to avoid a shared top. You can just race. But that's not what they decided to do here, which is perfectly fine.
Well, with that, we are going to transition over to our feature league, the 7 Years War. Adam, we are going to give you the break. Thank you. And Patrick, why don't you help introduce this league?
Certainly. So, 7 Years War. It's exactly what it sounds like, in that these games last 7 years in the tradition of the European hobbies. Almost all of them tend to favor these shorter games where balance of power play is paramount, and there's often a expectation kind of as a baseline of a scramble for dots in the last year or two where alliance structures often break down. But at the same time, deals can also be struck in that chaos. There is method to the madness. And the other component of it really is the C-Diplo scoring system, which is mainly a rank-based system. It rewards you more than anything. It doesn't really care how much you top by or how big you get, like Open Tribute does somewhat. It just wants to make sure that you finish first, you don't share it. And if you don't finish first, you finish second. It does reward finishing second as opposed to third and third as opposed to fourth, much more than Open Tribute, which generally mostly just talks about the top. And I think that, along with how the rest of the points are distributed with points per supply center, I think it does a really good job of giving smaller power something to play for in these late game scenarios, which is so important, especially in a format where it's not as uncommon at all for everyone to survive to the end, simply because there isn't as much time to dig people out of their positions.
All right.
I really think we have to do a trivia quiz, though. The actual 7 Years War, who actually started the 7 Years War? Which personality on the world stage arguably started the 7 Years War?
I don't know, David.
George Washington, when he was a commander of the provincial forces fighting the French. Just
I would have gone through many guesses before I ever actually know. I would have never gotten to George Washington. I'm gonna have to go look that one up in the dismemberment of Turkey. I'm sure there's a little chapter in there about that as well.
It's on the back of the brochure.
Yeah. So a little preview. All right. Well, we're going to cover 2 games tonight. And the first one is one that I've got some intel I've chosen for entertainment. The second one I'm choosing because I believe it was a Polish language game, which we have featured once before. And I just think it's incredible. One of my favorite things about this league is that they're trying to make it as accessible for as many players as they can. They try to arrange games that are in languages that are native to whatever language that population, that 7 players chooses to play in. They usually have a mix of a local language that will kind of be their feature, and then an English language as well. And it's working. It's working really well for them. They had, but just barely, but they had the most players last year out of all of the virtual leagues. So really good to see the activity that we've got. And let's check in now to our first game. And first up, we have the 7 Years War 2026 Opera House. And Patrick, I believe I'm going to have you... Nope, David, I'm going to have you call this one. Go ahead.
All right, some players we've already seen tonight because we've got 2 Australian players here. Well, actually, we've got 2 players we've seen already tonight. Is what I meant to say. Nostra in Austria, Claire in France. Alan Jaspin, I don't think I know Alan Jaspin, so that's awesome. We've got a Swedish player playing in Italy, one of the Polish players in Germany. So this is going to be fun to watch. It looks like perhaps at least some of these people were scored last year, except for Alan, because they all have a DBNI score from last year. So they've played at least some. But this is an example that if you're watching League Night, maybe the first time thinking about doing leagues, just because you're not a European player doesn't mean you can't play in the 7 Years War, and vice versa. Plenty of Americans play in the Snake Pit, which is the Australia-based league. We've got all sorts of players from around the world that play in the VDL. So just because it's based somewhere doesn't mean you can't play in it if you're not in that part of the world.
Yeah, one of the very best things about a virtual hobby is that it is accessible. It gives you, it's not quite the same, but it gives you a face-to-face adjacent experience without for those that maybe don't have the means to travel or the time to travel. So just a great way to kind of bring that experience to more people. So,
Claire admitting that she has a problem is the first step. Claire, that's the first step, that you have a problem.
All right, David.
Spring 1901, we have a opening by Germany that many people revile and that I think is fun, which is going to Holland, so you got more purchase on Belgium in the fall turn. So that's an interesting thing. We've got the English jumping into the English Channel with the Wales convoy option, which is an interesting thing. So we've already got some fun fireworks in the West. We also have, there is a term for when you've got Piedmont and Venice as the two armies, and I forgot what it's called, but that's the Italian. Chicken. Yep, the Alpine Chicken. So that's the Italian opening, one of my favorite gunboat openings, actually, although I don't usually go to Tyrrhenian, I go to Onion. But then we've got the old school Turkish opening there from Paul, going with the two armies north. So all sorts of fun here in our first 7 years war game. Not surprising.
Yeah, already seeing some very different stuff.
I'm sorry, I totally missed Finland. St. Peter, Finland, not something you see very often. There was a famous article in diplomacy history called "The Finland Fallacy." It was written by Mark Birch back in like the 1980s, early 1980s, about why you should go to Finland. So here we go.
All right.
Fall turn, we have, after all that, just England convoying to Belgium with the support of the German unit. There's a bounce in Paris, but the Marseille is taken by the Italians with support of Spain, which makes some sense somewhere. Claire, you're awesome. All right, Turkish armies taking Romania and Bulgaria is awesome. This is why the old school openings sometimes worked, because you could figure out some way to get your second army into a center, usually Greece, sometimes Romania, because Milan decides to forego Romania and go to Galicia and Silesia instead. Awesome.
Bills are overrated, David. Galicia's the hot new spot to be. Gotta be.
Or Silesia. The French, you remember the French took a long time getting their last game. It's a garden spot.
So Dip Chat's pretty active right now. A couple things I want to pull out. Really like 7 Years War because it forces me to play against style due to the short games. Completely agree. I think that similar to people getting in games of Gunboat, like the more different scenarios you can get yourself experience facing, the more rounded a player you can become. Craig calling the French opening the brave Sir Robin as they're running away. I love that.
Bravely ran away from me.
So, all right, winner of 1901. Take a look at those adjustments. Another game with two German armies. We'll see if I get proved wrong once again. Spring of 02, Patrick.
All right, so Russia has decided to follow up that move to Silesia with a move to Prussia and a move to Bohemia. And you know what that means, kids. It means Germany is about to get wrecked. So Berlin's lost already. This is one of the downsides of going to Holland as your opening and putting an army in Denmark, because German armies are usually pretty useful to reinforce like your core, and Denmark isn't really a part of your core. So that kind of exposes the core, and now the core is under fire. Who knew? In the meanwhile, Turkey is not supporting themselves to Black Sea, so there's some kind of agreement with Russia about what to do next with regards to Austria, I presume. Turkey does have a guarantee on Greece if they want it, but it could come at the cost of Rum if they attempt it. So Paul just kind of moving into position, taking advantage of not really having any enemies right now to just give themselves as many options as possible, except for Black Sea. And then France decides that Marseille isn't really worth taking back, but they talk Germany out of Burgundy and reposition to protect Brest from that scary English Channel fleet. So not the worst turn for Claire, even though she could still use that home center.
I just need you, Patrick, to say the word core again. I didn't hear it enough times. Could you say core again? Say it again. Come on.
Well, once again, the German core is under fire because that army in Denmark is not in the core, and Russian armies are next to the core. So now Russian armies are in the core as a result. On the bright side, Germany does get some revenge by supporting England and Sweden, but that still doesn't really help them. It just helps England. So still not going great for Pyotr. He does at least get Tyrolia back up to Munich. That move to Tyrolia, it would have been fun if it wasn't for Russia doing what they did. So at the very least, Piotr does have the tools to prevent Munich from falling here if they can court some support from Claire, which I presume is what he was lobbying for by moving out of Burgundy. So we'll see if he gets that. Italy, meanwhile, is moving completely away from France, so Marseille is now a dot back in Claire's pocket, since Turkey has these fleets next to Ionian, and Lena naturally is not a huge fan of that. Austria also supports themselves to Tyrolia, so we could be seeing a slow rat here, after all, where Turkey chooses to keep 2 armies in the Balkans and bounce Black Sea a bunch. It'll be a very unusually pro-Turkish rat, I would think, but stranger things have happened. So we'll see how that continues to develop. And of course, Claire moves mid-Atlantic to Armenia because even though it's 2 a.m. for her, she is still clear-minded enough to remember to move to Armenia like she always does. And that's great.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that except I didn't hear the word core enough. Keep going.
Oh, dear. Oh, Brian, you okay?
Winner of 2.
I think he's got some
You're lagging.
skipping.
You're getting a bit robotic, Brian. Might be a connection issue. There we go.
Whoop, here we go.
All right.
All right, we've got spring 1903. We've got the English repositioning into the North Sea to move away from Clare a little bit. What else do we have? The Germans basically defending and the English helping by hitting Baltic while they take St. Pete from Milan. And what else do we have? The Turks actually supporting themselves to Black Sea. So there's been a pivot here. No longer will there be an IT war. There's now going to be the Turks going north and the Italians going west. So we'll see what that means for Nostria in the middle there. What do they do? But just coordinate with the Turks against the Russians? Perhaps. The Russians are out of position, which is why you don't usually see an early attack here on Germany unless you know you've got your flank secured, and the Russians do not have their flank secured.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Russia would do this without knowing they have English help, because now Turkey has the bandwidth to support Austria to Warsaw on top of taking Sev, so they probably bought Austria's alliance here with this quick move, and now it's an AIT, so not great for Russia at all.
Moscow would also just be takeable if you wanted, but anyway.
Make the alliance choice. Yeah,
no, I agree. I think that's the right move. And if you're going to do the AT alliance, you might as well get your fleets out. So Bulgaria to Aegean, Khan to Bulgaria wasn't really necessary because you could have just moved Khan to Aegean, but whatever. You take Sev with the fleet instead of the army. That could be relevant because that doesn't put as much pressure going north. And let's see. Claire's taking Marseille back. Claire is going to Lyon as the Italians retreat, thinking that they're facing an AT, which of course they may very well be. Looking in the north here, we finally have a German fleet in Denmark instead of not being in Denmark, which may be good for them. And the English have an army into Norway. London to Wales is sort of I'm going to sit over here and not be threatening to anybody kind of move. We'll see if anybody takes it that way.
Yeah, the only reason why you take Sev with the fleet here, like Russia's down to 2, there's no point in preserving them. The only reason why I'd do that is to keep the army in Rum so that you can maybe stab for Greece later. But then isn't that super telegraphed? I don't know. David, what do you think of the retreat here from Italy instead of choosing to get something out of France?
I think they were concerned, and they must have known diplomatically that they were isolated in the east, and decided that they were going to pivot and hope that they could get Claire to go north instead of south.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those. I sometimes say that AITs are often just ATs with Italy glued on because they agreed to go west, but this is one of those scenarios where I wonder if that was really the case because Lena has made a point of keeping those defensive armies there. But yeah.
I have to say, if I've got 3 units where I got a decent shot of taking Spain there, I probably just would have taken Spain.
Fair enough.
Well,
to hit Gascony. In fact, I would have guaranteed taking Spain. Just hit Gascony.
My
Spain.
Yeah,
favorite comment tonight. I can't remember what I said this term, but it seemed to work. Yes. All right. Fall or winner of 03. Net result of that. Take a look at these adjustments. A little bit of foreshadowing there. And Patrick, what do we see in 04?
Yeah, and this is where we get into the chicken or the egg argument. Did Italy moving back provoke the Fleet Smyrna, or was the Fleet Smyrna coming anyway, and did Italy make the right decision to defend it? that's something we probably won't know for sure unless we get chat comments about it. But either way, there is now open warfare between I and AT. So Ukraine shuffles into Sev, Italy shuffles in. Turkey gets support into Ionian. So Moscow will probably fall. Ionian is definitely falling. There's no army to convoy to Apulia, but there could be a shuffle into Adriatic or something like that from Turkey, since they have some more excess fleets to move forward onto the front. In the meantime, Germany goes to Silesia in coordination with the Russian convoy to Livonia. So maybe Pyotr has offered Milan some chance at survival here in exchange for helping against the AT. Makes sense. That would be an example of common interest on this board, I think. And then England is also moving to try and contest and disrupt Moscow. So perhaps they've all just agreed to try and make sure that AT doesn't gain any more ground in the Russian area right now. I think that's good balanced power play from all of them.
This is not really a very good AT set of moves, though, because you really had there was lots of units sitting around looking at each other. If you're going to have an AT, you got to move them away and do
something. Unless you're okay with Russia just still being in Moscow, because they're actually helping you. They turned Germany against England with the support into Sweden. That is a bit shocking. I don't know what would make Germany find this appealing. By the way, France is entering to help. Of course they were. Didn't even mention it because that was fairly obvious. But yeah, I don't really love this from Pyotr, to be honest, given how uncommitted Claire is and given how incapable Claire is of backing up that attack right now, even if she wants to. This feels like an easy way for Germany and England to bog each other down while Russia just kind of laughs as a chaos agent from the sidelines. And this is going to make sure that any tactical or strategic inefficiencies that Austria and Turkey made last turn are not going to be magnified by or punished that much.
They're still bad, though. The Turkish fleet should be in the Aegean and Eastern to block this move in the fall turn. None of this should have happened. Turks should have already been in Adriatic. There's a lot of units that were just sitting around between the A and the T. That must mean that the AT is either not very energetic or not very risk-takey, or it's not for real. They still don't trust each other.
Maybe.
Wait, Germans can build fleets? What the? When did that start? When did people start building fleets with the Germans?
All right, we'll play a quick Who Do You Like? It's currently 1904. These games will end no later than 1907. We've got a 4-way tie at 6 centers. David, you get first pick.
My gosh, I have no idea which of the I have no compunction in admitting that I have no idea. This position is really unusual, and I have no idea who has the most likelihoods of success. So I am going to pick France simply because they're France.
Patrick?
The Ezio approach. I see. This definitely didn't bite me in the butt last time we did Who Do You Like when I bet on Thomas, so I'm going to bet on England again. Because, again, this looks like a completely domineering position that has very little wiggle room to go wrong. And in this case, it's even more so because, unlike in that last game, the nearest French fleet is in Marseille. So there really is no risk of a backdoor here. You can fully focus on your German campaign. Sweden is gone. Denmark is gone. There's not really enough consensus to take St. Pete, I would think, right now. So even though you've just disbanded a unit, you still have some pretty clear growth, and you're still tied for the lead because of how crab bucket this game has been. So yeah, I really like the English position here.
That's a great descriptor, and oftentimes I think that's a good way to describe the C Diplo style. You don't want to let anybody pull out too far ahead so that you've got the most control at the end of the game. That's one way to play it. It's not the only way to play it. We've seen other people have success by just knocking it out of the park and saying, come get me. But a lot of times you get that crab bucket effect that we talked about. So David, what are we looking at in 05?
All right. So the EG war continues. Germany takes Belgium while the English take Sweden. And there's a bounce in Denmark. So Claire going to Ruhr probably looks like it means siding with the English here. So as I assume that's what's happening as between the two powers. The none of us picked the Turks, even though a Turk with 6 centers is already out of the box, so to speak. So that might have been a decent choice also in the who do you like. And here they take Greece, and otherwise, I hope that Paul knows that the Black Sea can't go to Bulgaria South Coast, but that's the second time he's made that move. But I hope that he understands that's not the way that works. And what else do you have? You have the Austrians being supported up to Livonia by their Russian friend to put a little pressure on England if necessary.
Yeah, I'm disappointed by how unaggressive France and Italy were this turn against Turkey, because you have to think, like, Apulia, it's not going to help with Ionian, right? They know you can easily just support hold it. They're probably going to instead tap Venice to help Tyrolia be forced or something else like that, or just go for Venice directly. So go to Eastern Med. Try to be proactive, because Greece is probably going to fall, or do more to try and preserve Greece by tapping Aegean, something like that. But instead, yeah, Turkey's looking a lot better now.
Italians take Trieste with support of the Turks because the AT fell apart. Let's see. Austrians take Venice with support of the French because the French have decided, well, if you're going to throw in with the Turks, I guess I'm going to not help you anymore, Italy. I'm going to take Tunis and let the Austrians go into Venice. Probably a decent pivot on Claire's part, I would say. Also takes, diplomatically and move-wise pretty aggressive. What is this Belgium thing you're taking there? Slipping in there while the Germans are trying to leave with English help. Not sure what that's all about. I see. They were wondering if there was going to be a bounce in Burgundy, and they were making them leave so France could take it or something like that. But also the English take Denmark, and there is not a supported attack on St. Pete after all. Because perhaps Nastya thought that Russia might just slip into Warsaw or something, so instead they protected Warsaw.
Valid concern.
Yeah,
I really like this pivot from Claire. It's so difficult to collapse Austria in such a way that it benefits France more than Turkey in these situations, when France is a relatively small presence in the Med on the eastern side of the board. But because Turkey is so fleet heavy right now, because they have those fleets in Bulgaria, East Coast, and Adriatic, it's very difficult for them to actually get a solid hold on anything Austrian at the moment. So you can sort of use Nastya as a pick and let Trieste fall and let Italy crumple a little bit, because by the time Turkey can use those fleets to fill the void because although Turkey has the fleets to fill that void left by the Italian fleets you're pulling off now, they still don't get as many centers from that as they would from rolling through the Balkans. So I don't hate this. I don't know if I'd have risked it like Claire did, but she's doing well out of it for now.
Oh, coming into winner of 05, we've got a 3-way tie for the top at 7 centers between Turkey, England, and France. And it's still tight between a couple of the other players as we go into spring of 06, our last couple of years.
All right. So Austria goes back into Trieste as Italy walks out. Italy retreats out of Ionia into Eastern Med instead of Tunis. So presumably France and Italy are still okay with each other. And Lena's just kind of happy to be eaten from behind here based on how Turkey's treated them this game. And honestly, fair enough, especially because, Smyrna's a free walk. That makes a lot more sense. That would make it much more appealing for them to choose that retreat, regardless of motivation. So again, good job, Lena. More good news for France in the north as well. Picardy is piffed, so that threat to the homeland is gone. Irish Sea is in. Liverpool is guaranteed. So the advantages now are just piling up for Claire's position in ways that I really didn't envision would happen this year to this extent. But things have just sort of perfectly lined up between the Italian retreat and the ineffective English defense. It's all perfect. And England, for their part, does at least make some progress against Germany, getting into Baltic, but they don't push it as hard as they could because Sweden can't go to Denmark, unfortunately, due to the retreat threat. So this might be another situation where an English position looks dominant and then it still collapses somehow because someone else just pulls some crazy diplomatic rabbits out of their hats. And you know what, Claire, good job if you top out of this. This
I agree. I agree. This is just really good play. Of course, being France allows you to pivot like this more easily maybe than some powers can. But Claire's really coming into her own.
She didn't even consider that Italy could retreat into Tunis with her moveset. Okay. So a lot of this is luck because she didn't calculate everything, but she still calculated a lot and had some luck as well. So good enough.
And do want to call out Craig saying good moves by Austria. I know I said at the top of the show, but I've definitely been watching Nastia and keeping my eyes on I think that's a up and coming player. We're seeing some good quality play. I think a few more games, we'll start seeing some results from them. Fall of 1906, David.
All right, so the Clare Patrol continues to take Venice and Rome, losing
with Turkish help.
Yeah, with Turkish help, they're letting the Germans take Belgium. So this is a diplomatic play by Clare to get Germany on side because they're taking Liverpool and various other things anyway, so they can afford to give Germany a build here if it's an anti-English, which is what they're hoping. And what else is going on here? The Italians have taken Smyrna because they couldn't be stopped, as we talked about earlier, while the Ionian takes Naples because turnabout is fair play.
This is a great. Don't get me wrong. Clare giving Germany the build here is great. It's a great decision, but that was enabled by Turkey somehow being convinced to just do this. Why are you helping France into Venice? Why aren't you taking a cheap shot at Tunis? Why aren't you trying any of those things?
Austria is the common enemy. There's not just two moves left in the game. Oh wait, there are just two moves left.
Yeah. So that's what seals it. Like if Turkey's not going to resist France, then France wins.
So winner of 06, a lot of times you'll see stop the leader coalitions in 7 Years War games. A lot of times the culture in the meta is a mad scramble. Everybody take what you can get at the end. Is there anybody that it will be able to catch Claire Bradbury's France? It's the question we'll find out as we go in to spring of 07.
It would have to be Turkey if they're thrown enough centers or something, but not in this situation. They're mostly just holding.
Yep.
So this game appears over to me.
And fall of 07, don't see a lot of movement, and that is correct. Claire Bradbury, 2025 Rookie of the Year. Continuing to win in yet another league. Welcome to the 7 Years War, Claire. What a way to start. 9 center top as France. David, how did Claire do it?
A rookie, no more. Claire has really gotten better. Every time I see Claire play, Claire has gotten better. And this, I picked earlier just, when we did the who do you like thing, just because it was France. France can do this stuff. It's why if you leave France alone, like England was doing in that situation, this is the kind of thing that France can bounce back and do if they combine good moves and good diplomacy. And there were some really good diplomatic plays that Claire made in that game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Claire's gotten a lot better at making decisions that she can stand behind. Like, I've noticed a lot of the time on these streams, she's really active in the chat and giving us a lot of great information, which has always been really appreciated. But a lot of it sometimes comes off as, post hoc rationalizations because she might be insecure about a particular choice she made and might feel like it was the wrong decision in hindsight. I feel like recently she's been playing in such a way where it feels like she has done a much better job of sussing out what the best choice is for a particular situation, even if it means being more aggressive than she has been in the past, and then just doing it and being proud of it and getting the best result out of it. And that really shows a lot of growth on her part.
It's just good play.
Well, that was a fun one. Let's do another. Adam, welcome back to the stream. David, we're going to give you the break. And let's go to our second game from our feature league, the 7 Years War. And for this game, I picked this one because I believe, if I picked the right one, this was the... Nope, this is the one that I want to cover. Here we go. I think this one is our Polish language game. So I picked this one because last time we did this, it's a new meta, like it's a new growing community. And we saw some play that was a little unusual for those of us that play in other leagues, just because it's a little newer. And a lot of times when you get a small community that don't play and have the outside influence, they'll come up with some creative things. And I've found that you can sometimes learn from that and challenge some assumptions. So that's what I'm looking forward tonight as we go into our next game. And Patrick, I will let you take the lead on this one.
Certainly. Spring 1901, with quite a few players that I don't recognize and quite a few others that I have limited knowledge of. One of which is this France, Jakob. They go straight into the channel, which is a perfect way to win my heart and to sometimes win Germany's heart, because they could support the North Sea here and have a great start against England. Although, actually, no, they can't, because Germany has held in Munich. Now, Bass is a player that I am not familiar with, so I will assume they're a new player based on their ranking and such, or just at least someone who doesn't play very often, unless I'm corrected about that. And Munich hold, yeah, that probably takes the chance of a sea lion off the table, because you need Ruhr to be able to take Holland. But at least it does give them a flexible army that they can move south if they prefer in the fall, or move up to Ruhr in the fall if they want to do that. I don't think England's going to bounce them out of Holland if France is in the channel and has that uncertainty to deal with. So perhaps a good read of the board there from Germany to make that move in that situation. Meanwhile, in the East, it's very, very milquetoast standard stuff. Bounces in Black Sea and Galicia, and the more old-fashioned Turkish move to Khan. Okay, now in the fall, a much less milquetoast East this time around. We see the support to Galicia from Russia over Romania being taken. So he leaves that neutral in favor of just making sure he gets that position on Austria, which I guess is okay. It was an educated guess, I suppose, that Vienna might bounce again, but instead Austria is much more suspicious of Italy, as shown by the bounce in Trieste, and they were right to be, as shown by the convoy to Greece and the cutting of Serbia by Turkey to facilitate that. So we could have some early IT cooperation here. But as Russia, I wouldn't be too worried about that right now, because that army in Khan's still there, so Turkey can't build a second fleet to force the Black Sea for a little bit, and he can sort of keep that situation at arm's length until he turns something around in those relationships. Meanwhile, in the West, there's a bounce in London, and it looks like Germany has decided that in the midst of this EF conflict, he's going to commit nice and early to one of them, and he's committed to England. So moving into Burgundy, moving into Holland, probably going to back that up with an army Munich, and that is going to make Jakob's life very difficult, especially with the Spain to Portugal move, which I wouldn't be surprised if Germany negotiated under the guise of it being more pro-German and maybe it being the price of friendship. But in this case, if Bass did negotiate that, he's turned it on its head. So great job, great turn from him.
Just want to call out the Russia's lack of move to Romania.
Yeah.
Result of that, +1 for Russia. Romania staying neutral, and we've got +1 for France. So already a different mix than we often see. So this will be fun. Winner of 1901. We can look at the adjustments, and let's push on to 02. Adam.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. Let's start in the West, where clearly the EG is making their play against France very aggressively. France, makes an interesting choice here, trying to convoy into Wales. But that was pretty futile with the single fleet. They get kicked out of the English Channel. And so they interestingly enough, retreat to Irish Sea rather than mid-Atlantic here. In the East, the Italians are up in Tyrolia and Venice. This looks like a full whole hog crush Austria type of game with Russia and Galicia and Turkey now in Greece with help of the Italians. So we'll see how that pans out. This could very easily be crush Austria and then an RT rolls, or I'll be watching to see how Italy plays this and if they're able to make a friend from one of the RT and emerge out of this.
Yeah, Turkey's suddenly becoming a pretty big threat on this board. The thing about piles on Austria and why they often benefit Turkey on less experienced boards is because it takes a lot of time and experience to understand why Turkey's position is as strong as it is when it survives past the early game and gets a decent core of centers. And my understanding is that these Italy and Austria are both fairly new. I certainly haven't heard of them before. And as a result, they might be giving Turkey a bit too much leeway here too early. And Bzemig, Russia, who I'm a little more familiar with, is being kept at arm's length with that simple bounce setup in Black Sea. So Turkey managing this position really well early on, and I think they're going to snowball it into something really big here.
So chat super active here. I want to call out a couple items. One, no builds for Italy. So I do think I kind of brushed over that because there was a bounce in Greece, and then Fleet Trieste. So that
wow,
is...
we really kind of we neglected to call those particular oddities. This is great. I mean, it's great to see different types of play, and I think it's also instructive around like why that's probably not the right build if you're Austria here, right? But you don't learn that unless you kind of see the whole gamut of possibilities. So I salute newer players or players just who haven't seen a lot of situations to try different things and figure out for themselves what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, that's exactly why I wanted to feature this game tonight, and definitely agree that this is one of the things that I love about covering these games. All right, fall of 02.
Okay. So the English get into Brest with help from the Germans. The Germans walk into Paris. So this is really, some guesswork on the part of the French. They really just didn't have a way to know which way the attack was going to come. They guessed wrong, so they're losing two of their home centers. They are taking Spain as a consolation here. Elsewhere, the Italians do manage to get into Trieste because Austria makes the choice to go down to Apulia and make an attack on Greece rather than trying to defend Trieste here. And the Russians do finally make it into Romania, but this great Turkish position continues to be pretty good. They get into Serbia, lose Greece. I'm not clear why do they lose Greece? Did Greece move to Albania? Yeah, so this was really just a mistake, I think.
Yeah.
There was no reason for Greece to go to Albania here. Maybe it was going there to cut Albania in case there was a supported attack on Trieste. So maybe it was to help out Italy. But the fact that Greece moved obviously means that support from Aegean is no good.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. These builds. Oh, that's a German fleet.
Yeah,
I guess
that's
the second fleet. So they're taking Sweden. They're going to use that as their excuse, I would assume. And then
that's good. I mean, we they failed to build a fleet in 1901, which we might have liked to have seen, but it's good to see them put down the fleet right now.
Yeah, good to do as long as they have a diplomatic excuse for it. As now Germany goes to Baltic to follow up on what was presumably again a promise to attack Sweden. In the meantime, though, they have a Russia problem, as Prussia and Silesia are both occupied now. Russia also takes Budapest, so they are going to retain some agency in this EG situation. In the meantime, Germany, because of that Russian presence on their border, they also don't really have the bandwidth at the moment to push further against Marseille to the extent that they need to. Brest probably should have supported Gascony here. I guess they just didn't think of that in their negotiations, England and Germany. But if they did, then they would at least get their units lined up on Marseille so that they could potentially attack it next year. But instead, it's going to be a big setback, and all of a sudden, Jakob has a bit more life to them. So good for France. In the meantime, Italy, on top of Russia getting Budapest, Italy also gets Vienna, and Turkey piffs Greece. So Austria, thank you for playing, but I don't suspect you're going to be surviving past this turn.
Yeah, just really briefly, I think there was, again, there's a tendency for England to try to overemphasize army builds when they can get away with it. I think this is another one of those cases where Fleet in London might have been better here, getting that extra army into Belgium at the expense of Germany when it could have been a fleet, so you can take mid-Atlantic and start pushing around Iberia might have been a missed opportunity here.
Yeah, I'm normally a big army guy as England, but Fleet London lets you take St. Pete here and not lose Norway, and that alone makes it worthwhile for the short term. Because you can move it to north, and then you both have an option to. Yeah. So now Germany takes Sweden. But again, St. Pete cannot fall because England cannot move out of Norway because they didn't have a fleet there in North Sea. So a bit of an unfortunate situation. England didn't really need to take Belgium here to get a build, but regardless, they have and they will. They're also in Mao because Irish keeps going for Liverpool when they're never going to get in. So that is one criticism I would make of Jakob's play here. I don't think it's worth constantly tapping a center that you're not going to get when it ties down a unit that England doesn't really need that much to keep attacking you elsewhere. In the meantime, Germany also destroys Gascony because they retreated off the board instead of going to Spain. Okay, yeah, this is just a bunch of unfortunate tactical mistakes. Maybe France is assuming they can rebuild in Spain. It's not. It certainly feels like a home center sometimes, but Spain is not a home center for France. So that is going to expedite their downfall as well, since Portugal is now free real estate. And from there, yeah, I think France is going to be the second player out of this game after Austria, who sure enough has died as Italy stabs Russia for Budapest and Turkey stabs for Romania. So the RIT pile on Austria has now evolved into an IT because of Russia's move on Germany. So not only has Russia got nothing out of Germany and lost Sweden, but that also exposed them in the south. So a bit of a mistaken maneuver here from Bezemeg, you'd have to say.
Yeah, this is super great play by Turkey and Italy. I really like what they're doing here. I just want to point out a few tactical things just as a reminder to everybody. Because I think I've seen Turkey do this twice now. I see Aegean supporting Bulgaria to hold, but Bulgaria is moving, so that support is not good. You have to remember that, of course. If you're moving a unit, you can't support it to hold. But otherwise, I really like the decisions being made here. I think this is smart play by Turkey. They're going to have a very solid army position to hold their position in the Balkans, and now they're in a position where they can put some more armies down and make some plays into Russia. I think this is really good for them, and I think assuming they can get Italy building fleets and going west, they're off to the races here with the IT.
So Adam, Michael Gallagher asking, do you think Italy can outpace Turkey here? What's your take?
No, I think they probably can't, right? So there's an argument if you're Italy to be thinking about that. On the other hand, I'm not sure there's a whole lot you can do about it in the short term. If you start to dump armies into the Balkans and you're getting into that fight with Turkey, that's also not a winning strategy in this game, right? So I think you need to leave enough back that you can hold it and make yourself an unattractive target for Turkey. Let Turkey push into Russia. It's not super fast is the reality, right? Unless Russia makes some mistakes. Other than Sev, getting into Moscow and Warsaw for Turkey is not super fast. So what you really need to do is you need to charge that line and get into Marseille, get into Spain, and hopefully even break into Mao here, right? Like there's a whole lack of English fleets at the moment. Maybe there's about to be another one. But, if you can charge that line fast, you can get ahead of Turkey here. But I don't think fighting Turkey here is very attractive if you're Italy.
And we do need to keep moving, but I think it's an interesting board state, so I'm going to spend a little bit of our budget continuing to talk. What are we predicting for these Turkish builds here? Are you, first of all, does Turkey value, if you were Turkey, would you put down another fleet here and just say, what are you going to do about it? Or do you think it's worth trying to maintain that kind of alliance?
Well, there's an argument that you can put down Fleet Khan because you need to take Black Sea here, right? So there is an argument there. If I'm Italy, I've talked this through before, and I'm going to say, you put down two armies, and you can move Aegean to Khan, force the Black Sea, and then pull it back out to Aegean later on. So, this is a negotiation question here, right? But if I'm Italy, I'm really pushing for them not to have that third fleet. If they do end up building Khan, I'm saying, okay, well, in that case, you're moving Khan to Black Sea, and Ankara is staying, embedded in that area so that you don't have a third fleet out on the Med, because I can't do anything if I'm chasing those fleets behind me.
Turkey is going to build whatever they have been able to sell to Italy. They're not going to lie to them at this point, regardless of what happens, because their position could still be very easily collapsed here if Italy doesn't help them keep Romania while they reinforce against Russia. And then Serbia will be vulnerable and Greece will be vulnerable if they want to go in that direction. So whatever, I think it's safe to say that the IT will stay together through this winter. What happens in spring is another question.
So we do get the fleet in Khan, like Adam predicted.
I don't know. With this set of builds, I could see Italy turning and trying to work with Russia here, actually. So let's wait and see.
Not with Ukraine disband. Why have you done that, Russia?
Yeah, Bothnia. Yeah, you're right. Bothnia should have been disbanded here.
Pull Bothnia, and if you want a peace to keep St. Petersburg and defend that, then pull Warsaw. It's not on the front line. Oh gosh,
no, you're right. The Ukraine disband really kind of kills that. You're absolutely right, Patrick. Yeah.
Well, net result: the Kraken continues, and Adam, we'll go to you.
Yeah, so the choices Italy makes here, though, are interesting, right? That they pull that fleet up to Adriatic, which is really suggestive that they really want to be in a more defensive position here. I probably would have preferred to see a whole hog attack on France, or just stay in Ionian right now if you really need to keep the unit back against Turkey. Again, I would have been pushing really hard for Turkey to be taking the Black Sea with Khan, not with Ankara here. Okay, and that clearly diplomatically did not work out. And that is, as Italy really giving you a lot less flexibility in terms of what you can do next. In the West, England walks right into Portugal. Germany, takes Marseille as one does in this position. And France is clearly given up because they're not even retreating the Marseille unit into Piedmont. Brest goes into mid-Atlantic. They're going to take Spain in the fall. So this is going to be interesting if it's an IT against EG or if somebody breaks. That's really what this game comes down to. If it ends up being a 2-on-2 and is right, or does Russia play some part in it? The problem is Russia, by keeping that one unit in the north and kind of not having quite enough units in the south to be useful to anybody, I think that they're probably not going to be sufficiently useful to either side and are just going to be a farm for dots.
Yeah, the only way Russia survives this game is if they get Baltic blown up right now and rebuilt as an army so they can hold the Moscow Warsaw Ukraine line, and they don't, because they don't have any trust in Germany. And vice versa. Darn.
Okay. England convoys to Brest from Belgium. So the idea was to give that dot back to the Germans, but the Germans have some other idea here, which is to support the Italians into Spain instead of the English. I don't know that I see that as a stab necessarily, but it is an odd choice, right? If it was a stab, Denmark would have went to the North Sea here, but it doesn't. So that doesn't look like a stab to me. And they could have just supported themselves into Belgium and all of that thing. But it seems like a weird lack of coordination that I don't quite get what they're up to, but we'll learn soon enough. In the East, not a whole lot happens other than Italy taking Galicia. And again, we have this supporting a unit that moves with Trieste supporting Budapest here. And then Turkey taking Sev, which was not stoppable.
I wonder, why is England, do you let this happen? In what world does Portugal not support Mao to Spain here to make sure there's no funny business? Unless you're okay with Italy getting Spain and you're asking them to turn around, but I don't think Italy's really going to accept that proposal if you make it.
Yeah, it's a strange choice of how to move the pieces. You're right here.
I think maybe you think you've got a deal with Germany. Everything else is coordinated.
But there's no reason to move the units in this.
You don't need to trust somebody regardless, in that situation.
Right? It's the same end position if you move Mao to Spain, supported by Portugal.
Yeah.
All right, winner of 1904. Before we do the adjustments, we'll play Who Do You Like? Patrick, you get first pick.
I like the Turks. They have the Black Sea. They have Serbia. They have a ton of fleets. And Russia is super weak. So they're going to get even more. And that's that.
And Adam, you get bonus points if you can sing it also.
I think I'll lose points. I think we'll if
that's right. You get bonus points if you don't sing. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, certainly the Turkish position is great. I mean, I don't dislike Germany's position, to be honest with you, right? I mean, there's a lot to like about it. I don't like that they can't build another fleet here. But they'll have one in pocket to potentially build next year. So I'm not writing off Germany from this position.
Yeah. All right. Winter of 1904. Take a look at those adjustments. And spring of 05, Patrick.
All right, so Italy has realized that Turkey is going to win the game if they simply let the status quo persist with all those armies in the Balkans. So they've supported themselves back to Budapest and accepted German support into Warsaw. So that continued IG cooperation, if that holds, that is the way that I could see someone other than Turkey winning this game. Maybe not if it comes at the expense of the England relationship, though, because that's going to be a huge strain on German resources. As England takes the walk into Paris, they're supporting Russia to Sweden. Everything's just getting really messy on that border right now because that support into Spain was clearly not agreed between England and Germany. And I don't think a war between England and Germany is going to be conducive to German success long term. Even if Germany is bigger right now, England can still be enough of a thorn in your side to really drain you, while Turkey is just continuing to advance towards Moscow and towards Italian dots if he wants that. So I still give the advantage to Turkey here.
I'm going to just point out a few little tactical things that I think be worth thinking about. Number one is Liverpool to Yorkshire. I'd rather see that moving to Wales so that there's at least the threat of a convoy come the fall. Yorkshire doesn't really do a whole lot for you.
But then what covers Eddie if Denmark goes to North? Because you didn't cover North.
Fair enough. Okay. Yep. Norway could have gone to North, but you're right, it didn't. So that's fair. Okay, given the lack of movement to North, I guess you do need something to cover Eddie. Also, probably would have liked to see Italy build a fleet here, not another army. If you are fighting England in this position, I think that's what you need to be able to try to get into a position to be able to force mid-Atlantic or at least cover from things. And it's good if Turkey gets frisky. So not sure you needed that extra army here, but.
All right, so more messy stuff between England and Germany. There's no action around Sweden, but Germany gets into St. Petersburg, so that'll help with the Russia problem, along with Warsaw being lost. They take Paris back, but at the cost of Belgium. At the very least, though, they forced England to take that center with the fleet in English Channel because there was no convoy set up, as Adam said. So England decided to take the less risky route by protecting Eddie with Yorkshire, but as a result, it's going to be much harder to get that English army off the island in an expedient fashion now. So perhaps it didn't work out for the best for him in the end. One thing to be said, though, Germany... Wait, do they... No, okay, they still have a built-in pocket. I'm pretty sure they're +2, but they only have Munich open, so that's going to be annoying when you need another fleet to really expedite this war, especially if one of the fleets is going to be stuck on St. Petersburg south coast. So that is the one mark against Germany in that particular war. And in the meantime, though, Turkey is in Moscow, Turkey's in Albania, Russia's in Vienna, which means Italy doesn't have it anymore, which means Turkey has even more opportunities.
Yeah, I'm going to point out one other little tactical thing here, right? Warsaw didn't really need two supports here because there's two Russian units, Livonia and Galicia, that could make an attack on Warsaw, right? Ukraine was never going to attack Warsaw. It was always going to just support Sev up to Moscow, right? So Silesia support Warsaw would have been sufficient. So how about Prussia to Livonia supported by Warsaw? Right, in order to advance that German unit. So now you have some additional play, either to get an army up into St. Petersburg, to think about doing something later against Moscow. So, again, I think there's just opportunities here that are just not necessarily being taken.
All right, winner of 05.
And Russia is down to Vienna. Yep, and see, now it goes up to Livonia, but we lost a season of momentum when we could have been there already and doing something. And now, of course, the Turks are making full whole hog move against the Italians, as one does in this position. And the Italians are forced to sort of make this move into Marseille and so on and so forth. If they had another fleet, that would have solidified their position around Italy a little bit. Now they're going to be making some guesses around Naples and Tunis.
At least they have Portugal, maybe. They could stay on the center's.
They guess right. Yeah, this is pretty good. This is actually about as good as it could have gone for them. They're in Vienna. They held Warsaw. They held Trieste. So they guessed right. They lost Budapest, but they guessed right in Naples. So it's actually went about as well as it could have been expected to go here.
Yeah, the passivity of that Warsaw unit once again bites Italy in the butt as they don't support Silesia to Galicia, which matters a lot.
Yeah, there's no reason not to write a support here for Silesia to Galicia. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So winner of 1906, we've got a horse race. Got
Yeah, it's a
10
10-10.
centers.
Germany is
Yeah.
looking okay.
Germany's got a shot. I think most of us would agree Turkey probably has a better shot, but it is certainly far from over.
Well, I mean, it's not even so much a better shot, right? Vienna and Trieste are both toasted here.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and Sweden's
actually,
in
Italy's
England's
plus
pocket.
2. I'm sorry. Italy's plus 2, so that's actually not true. Yeah. Fleet Venice. Hooray.
It's actually
And
the sensible thing.
It draws.
Oh,
We see a draw. So
Okay.
10-10 split between Germany and between Turkey. One center behind. We've got Italy. Came down to the end there. Patrick, tell us the story of this game. How did it happen?
Well, I think it was just two solid alliance partners playing 7 Years' War how it was meant to be played, and that is they stuck with each other for a while. They found the right time to strike at Austria and then at Russia. They took control of their side of the board really well, but they were always looking for those little advantages that would help them prosper later in the game. And in IT, that usually means Turkey having the proper units in place to set up a stab on Italy. And for Italy, that means having enough gains to break through in the West so that you can resist that Turkish stab when it potentially comes. And both of them did a really good job of that. And then in the meantime, Germany just waged a surprisingly smart war on England that I kind of doubted, but it kept them afloat, kept them growing, given how it all turned out. They played the relationship with Italy really well. So Italy, they didn't resist the Turkish stab well enough to share the top, but they still did enough to get a good score. And Germany just took advantage of that intact Italian position to hold back Turkey just enough for them to get a piece of the top. So great job from everybody and also Turkey, but we expect the Turkey to do well. So
serious kindness by Turkey taking this draw right here. I mean, Germany's northern position has Swiss cheese-like holes in Scandinavia. So not to mention that Vienna, even if Trieste isn't a given, Vienna is pretty much a given here. So
I think there are enough guesses that you could reasonably think that they're not going to bother with that because, well, there's no reason for them to not play on, but there's no guarantee that they would have topped it all.
But why not? Again, unless you're really
and Germany can get Brest in the meantime because Italy could totally help them with that. I guess that would be offset by Sweden.
Again, there's diplomatic reasons, but from a tactical standpoint, if I'm Turkey, I want to play another year. Why not? What's the downside? I draw an 11-11 or something like that. I'm not going to lose a top. I might have another shared top.
Yeah, I'm conflicted about it.
Well, we are grateful for the 7 Years War, for all of our players letting us feature their league. It was a lot of fun. I really, really enjoy being able to see these quick, short games, how just a small thing like 3 different game years on average changes the way that the game plays, how a place-based scoring system can change how it plays, and how getting players who don't necessarily have as much experience playing internationally and have a local medal, how that changes things up as well. So always fun. Really glad to be able to feature that. Let's go ahead now and transition over to our last 2 games of the Virtual Diplomacy League. And let me go ahead and mark this. And Adam, I'm going to have you call this game. Why don't you introduce our players?
Okay, in Austria, we have Wild, who we saw earlier with that Wild to Italy in the early game. Justin Lohr from LA in England. Steve Hogue, former San Francisco whipping champion, playing France. Bass, we see Bass again in Germany. Was he in Germany in the 7 Years War game?
He was.
Well? Yeah, so we see Bass again. We see Squid in Italy. We see really experienced player from Chicago, Sabia Huja in Russia. And we see Florian again playing Turkey. Should be fun.
All right, here we go. And Spring of 01.
Okay, they called the English Channel for a reason, and London goes there. In this game, we've got a self bounce in Burgundy. That's one that I do not see very often, and especially when it comes along with Venice to Piedmont. Elsewhere, we've got bounce in the Black Sea. We've got Austria actually walking into Galicia. So pretty cool opening with some unconventional stuff happening. In the fall, the English Channel takes Belgium. So Belgium might be a place where English armies go to die, but maybe it's a place that's good for English fleets. Steve manages to go to the south coast of Spain and walks into Piedmont following that Italian army that goes to Venice. Italy fails to take Trieste, but does take Galicia. Does take Greece, excuse me, because Austria bounces Trieste from Serbia rather than supporting themselves into Greece, and the Turks support the Italians into Greece. So gutsy opening by Squid here. Could have been denied a build, but the Turks followed through, and they'll get their build. The Russians put the army into Romania. Does not necessarily look very good for the Austrians here with this outcome. And the West is anybody's guess at this point. But the convoy to Norway will be interesting to see how Russia reacts. Do we get the North Coast fleet as thanks for that?
It's a bold call for Steve to sort of get into attack position on Italy like this with backfilling Piedmont and going to Spain South Coast instead of Portugal. But it might actually work out here, even though England opened to the channel. They've gone to Belgium. They're in this more reset to neutral position. Maybe we're going to see a fast EF here all of a sudden.
Yeah, my guess is the Marseille to Piedmont he's probably just expecting the Piedmont's going to go to Marseille or hold here, right? Yeah, I'm guessing he was probably as surprised as we are that he ended up in Piedmont.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all, but it could parlay that into a serious attack now that Italy's kind of entangled with Austria and their closest fleets in Greece.
That's the life you got to live, right? And if you don't want to end up in Piedmont, just order Marseille holds there. Don't order it to Piedmont. So you got to play with what you get.
All right. Winner of 1901. We see Fleet Marseille, Fleet London, Fleet Eddie, Fleet Kiel, Army St. Pete, Army Moscow, Army Munich, Army Trieste. And do we have a wave from Turkey?
Yeah, that's got to be a mistake. But I just want to throw my hat off to Steve Hogue for building a fleet here. I know that with the one build, France, there's always this tendency to think you want to build an army, especially with Brest covered. This is absolutely 100% every day of the week, twice on Sunday, the right build for France here.
Why do you say that, Adam?
Well, you've got to have flexibility here, right? And only way you build yourself flexibility to both take Portugal, defend against potential English aggression is by having that fleet. Piedmont can come right back to Marseille. Brest can go to Gascony to defend against various things if Germany decides to not play ball. You've got no leverage if you've got an army. If you've got an army, you've got no diplomatic leverage. You've got no tactical leverage.
Yeah.
And Craig Mayer saying never order to a territory you don't want to end up in. That is true. And this is juicy.
Oh, wow. That's
Turkey
hot. That's
was
hot.
intentional.
Okay.
All right.
In that case, it was bad, but it's okay. We'll find out what it means.
Good. That's spicy. I mean, I don't think I agree. I don't see why you would wave in 1901 with a single build, but that's spicy, and I'm excited to see what Florian has in mind with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's all well and good for Turkey to pit Austria against Italy and do all that, but unless you're putting yourself in a position to benefit from that somehow, such as by building units, it's not as effective, especially when Italy tries to support you. Serbia, no, they didn't. Austria tried to support Turkey to Greece, actually, from Bulgaria, but it did not work because Turkey doesn't actually want Greece. They don't want to put their armies in the Balkans. They want to keep those units in Bulgaria, Khan, and Ankh, just as they've been since the start of the game. Fair enough, I guess. I would have considered taking the support to Greece, even though it risks a retreat to Aegean. But either way, in the meantime, France is sort of hedging their bets here with the Italian situation. They go to Western Mid, but they don't follow up at Lyon. They instead go to Spain South Coast so that they can, I guess, take Portugal in the fall. So actually, yeah, I like that from Steve, now that I think about it more.
I hate it.
They get a
hate
build
Steve's
guaranteed
moves.
while they deny Italy the
After
build from
after I
Tunis.
said how much I love this build, I hate these moves. I think these moves are terrible. And I love Steve Hogue. I think he's a great player. I hate these moves. But continue, Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, if your goal here is to attack Italy, which it seems to be based on he's also supporting Germany to Tyrolia in addition to all of this, then I think getting that third fleet on the board is really paramount, because even though you'd put Italy in an awkward spot right here if you went to Lyon, you'd be pretty effective in attacking in that case and getting the upper hand early, it's very hard to actually make strike a decisive killing blow against Italy unless you have that third fleet. So making that early stride to get that fleet on the board before committing even more fully is a fairly good decision, especially because you're still forcing Squid into a really awkward guess here. Like, either they bounce Tunis or you get into Tyrrhenian for free. Either way, it's a win. So I like it.
And
then
it's
elsewhere,
a win when you lose Mid-Atlantic Ocean, or you have to take that guess over Portugal.
No. Justin Lore is a Care Bear. He'd never go to Mid-Atlantic Ocean as England for free.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And if he did, it would be to help. It would be to go to North Africa.
Oh, yeah.
Come on now.
Oh, yeah.
You know him, Adam.
All right.
And then Trieste.
I'm going, Patrick, I'm going to ask a question here from Michael Gallagher saying, feels good for Germany. He can side for France if he wants. Would you do that?
I mean, I am kind of siding with France right here by going to Tyrolia. That's only something you do if you're interested in helping against Italy, given where Italy's armies are right now. I think it's smart for Germany to just take Sweden in the meantime while he decides what else to do in the long run, because you can't really go after England here with Belgium unless France is also there to help, but he's not. So I like how Germany's playing this position. I don't know if I'd really go in with France at this point, until at least France has committed to putting more fleets down in places where they're useful against England, right? A med campaign doesn't help you long term. It just maybe helps you slow down a fast-moving Italy in the east. But that's not something you should commit to for years on end.
I have so many thoughts, but I'm going to keep them to myself because we'll be here all night. So let's keep going.
Okay. So follow two. Germany follows through taking Sweden. They are not punished by losing Holland, which wouldn't make sense for England to do at this point anyway. So good. In the meantime, Turkey does get into Serbia finally, after aspiring to do so in the spring, with Russian support this time. So we might be on RT watch here. And then Italy is too clever by half here, as they guess wrong and don't go to Tunis. And as a result, France takes it for free. So now Steve really isn't concerned about that English fleet in Mid-Atlantic, even if it isn't friendly, because he's got two builds, man. Who cares? It's fine. Everything's fine. This is fine. And then more bad news for Italy, as Germany does choose to cut Venice, which seals the fate of Trieste. So do you like this as Germany? Yeah, you do. It's good board balancing, honestly, especially because a stronger Austria could help you more against Russia in the long term, which means you're getting a bit less pressure from there, but Silesia is still annoying in the short term.
I have a lot of thoughts and a lot of questions, but I'm just going to point out one thing, which is, why is Piedmont going to Tyrolia rather than supporting Tyrolia to Venice here?
That is a darn good question, actually.
But that's what I mean. I think there's a lot of things here that are internally consistent. That set of moves is not internally consistent. I don't necessarily agree with any of it, but it's that to me is surprising with everything else that's happening on this board. Let's keep going and see how this goes.
Also calling out, Serbia retreats to Greece.
Yeah.
That is noteworthy. Adam, you said you had a lot of thoughts, so I will let you with one more. Just one more.
Well, I mean,
I don't think he can pick.
Obviously Steve thinks he's got something going on with Justin here, where we're going to pass a English fleet around. So let's just watch and see the fireworks.
Okay.
Let me leave it at that for the moment.
But again, if he doesn't have something going on, he's still not threatened because he got Tunis for free. Perfect.
All right, take a look at these adjustments, and Adam, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, Mal goes to Western Med because why not, right? That's what you do here. This is it's incredibly Western Tripoli here, except for Tyrolia going to Munich and whatnot. I mean, There's just some weird stuff, right? And the other thought that I was going to share was when you're Germany and you are making that move into Baltic to take Sweden and you're dropping into Tyrolia, the question you need to ask yourself is, why am I going to Tyrolia? Why aren't I going to Silesia? Right? And he's got Russia in Silesia for his troubles here, right? So you're basically saying, okay, I was planning on playing a Western Triple and maybe for a turn or two and seeing how this going. It's like, now I'm forced to play a Western Triple because now I'm really at war with Russia, and I'm not in the driver's seat because I've got Russian units in places that I don't want them, rather than my units being in places that can hold them. So anyway, off we go, and England is now up in Barents Sea, so we are quite in position to take St. Petersburg in the fall, so that's always good. France has got a much more stable position with England, though I, would rather that be my fleet in the Western Med rather than an English fleet that I have to keep guessing about. But the rest of the English units are not in a position that's threatening to me, so that's all okay. In the East, Turkey is kind of coming out of the box, trying to fight the Austrians, and Russia is remaining remarkably neutral in the war, playing the part of Switzerland for the moment. But let's wait till the fall and see if the hammer comes down and they take Budapest. Well, they don't take Budapest, but they try to put the Austrians there, but that doesn't work.
I mean the Turks.
Sorry, the Turks there. Thank you. They try to put the Turks there, but Austria writes a nice set of moves here, and the end game is that the Austrians retake Serbia. They do lose Greece, but they also manage to put the French into Venice. So go Steve Hogue, and double go Steve Hogue, because you put yourself in Western Med with the idea that English fleet would advance, but Justin is playing nice for once, and rather than retreating to Lyon, where I'm sure Steve does not want that fleet, he just disbands the fleet and will rebuild it. But we're also killing Germany now, so there's that too.
Steve Hogue heard his name called 3 times and showed up. So just joined. Don't know if it was mentioned, but double boarding for this round. Did not know that, Steve. So good call out.
And Steve, you are playing remarkably competently now that I know that.
Yeah. And now, because they blew up that fleet in Western Med, Justin's going to build double armies like a good EF soldier. Right?
Hell no. Fleet Eddie, Army London.
Justin's in Care Bear mode today. Oh no, he's not. Oh dear. That's a heck of a reward for. That's a heck of a reward for fleet. I guess maybe Western Med getting blown up wasn't arranged, but then I don't know what's more annoying in this scenario: the extra fleet in London because you already have control of Channel anyway, or keeping it in Lyon. I guess they're both good. Those are both going to be very annoying for Steve now that they've decided to go to war. I do like the decision to back off of Russia from Justin, though. I will say.
Why does Justin do this? I'm wondering why does Justin do this? He's got Germany
because he's gambling that he can get Germany back on side and get him to forgive the loss of Holland. Because Germany's not in a position to actually retaliate.
But all of the German dots except for Munich are mine if I am England in this position. That's 4 dots plus St. Petersburg is 5 dots. So I'm doing that to take 2 years to get Brest.
Yeah, but Steve's a smart enough player that he wouldn't let it get to that point.
Right. Why? So if I'm Justin, why am I doing this?
So that you don't lock yourself into an alliance that Steve can stab you out of later.
I have Germany where I want them. I don't get it. There's 5 dots there. 4 maybe if I have to give France Belgium as part of the deal. So 4 dots easily. I don't have to upset anyone. I just keep doing what I'm doing. Or I do this and now I totally have to rethink my game. I have to realign the diplomatic situation. And what am I fighting for? Maybe Brest, maybe Paris. It's a long time for me to get Portugal or Spain if I ever get down there.
The thing is, though, you have Germany where you want them. I don't think they're ever not going to be where you want them if you wait a little longer while you do this.
Oh, I so disagree. But let's see where it goes. Oh, and we're going to just fight Germany anyway. Okay, fine.
Well, it was all a feint, and we're stupid, and it goes to Helgoland Bite because why not? So there's a bouncing channel, completely arranged. Liverpool moves to now. Fair enough, I guess. I would have preferred Clyde for the memes, but okay. Germany goes back to Denmark for defense, but they have Russia and Baltic now for their trouble. They are going to collapse pretty quickly here because Kiel and Denmark are both likely lost. Norway's a bit of a hanging chad on England's side, but they have enough growth elsewhere to probably offset that, if not build even more from it. Russia, meanwhile, they're going to harass Germany on top of continuing to be pretty neutral in the south. They support Austria and Bulgaria, but that was never really going to work because Turkey just has too many units around there. Turkey does go into Black Sea, but they also can't really do much with that because, again, there are enough Russian armies to answer any threat there. In the midst of this, I think we kind of undersold the fact that France is in Venice now. But Austria is going to go ahead and try and take that back. But France is going to make an active effort to defend it for some reason. Maybe they're going to go up to Bohemia and Tyrolia with those armies. Maybe that's their plan. But Austria is probably still going to get Venice in that case. So it's a bit of a difficult choice for Steve there. And then Italy is still just kind of existing and waiting for France to come and kill them. Okay. Oh, Italy gets Venice back, actually. So Wild's feeling altruistic, or rather pragmatic, because actually, no, a fleet in Rome doesn't really do anything for you here, not with Tuscany there. So I don't know. I would have taken it as Austria, but maybe you feel like Italy wouldn't support you in, so you want to make sure it just doesn't make sure it doesn't stay French, so you offer them support. That might be the explanation. Either way, Turkey gets overconfident and thinks they've turned Austria against Russia somehow, and as a result, they lose Bulgaria in completely preventable fashion, which is very unfortunate. So we have a late-breaking error here, even though Italy is literally surrounded on all sides by France while this is happening. I just find that very funny, to be honest. That's a very unusual position for Italy. Meanwhile, in the West, the EF continues to be a real EF and not some random fake Justin two-turn alliance. So that's adding some flavor as well. Just repositioning there, really, so we can take Norway. So we can go into Norway, take Denmark cleanly next turn. Tyrolia, I mean, is there any point in moving to Tyrolia with one here, France? Like, it was going to be a supported attack from somewhere, whether that's Italy or Austria. So you might as well tap Munich to make sure Kiel goes, or support yourself to Munich. I don't know. Yeah, there are some things that EF could have done better here tactically. But the net result of it is that they're still in control. Like, Austria getting a build is not really going to save their chances to top.
No, but France has got a pull.
They have an easy pull here, though.
Sure, you can pull Gascony or Mao, but are you really jazzed about doing that?
Steve says, Turkey agreed to team up with me here and then tried to keep me out of Ionian. Thankfully, Naples held.
And then also taps the double boarding sign. Yep. Yes,
don't make me tap the sign.
All right, winner vote 4. We get
Tyrolia pull.
Tyrolia. Why? That to me is yeah. Okay.
I'm making peace with Italy instead of taking the guarantee on Naples.
Well, you're not making peace
that what
with
that's
Italy. You're in Tuscany and Tyrrhenian and Ionian. So I don't get that.
You know what? Before we do that, let's play Who Do You Like? Adam, go to you first.
I don't like anyone. Move on.
You got to pick.
I don't disagree, but that's so blunt. Wow.
Goodness gracious. I mean, I like England. I mean, I don't like everything that Justin has done in this game. I'm not jazzed about some of the decisions, but I mean, position wise, just based on raw position, I like the English position probably the most in this game.
And Patrick, if not England.
I should point out that I picked England twice tonight, and both times the position collapsed in completely unforeseen ways. So I was never going to pick England. I'm still going to take France here. I think this position is so difficult to bungle, even with the Tyrolia disband. Like, you've got these stranglehold on the boot. You've got Germany pinned down. You've got the potential to get a piece of that along with the English attack. I think you just have a much more clear and less risky path forward than anyone else on this board in terms of growth. So Steve's looking good. Yeah.
All right. So Steve does do the right thing to take Naples here. And actually, I think it's kind of a fortunate outcome that nobody went to the Ionian. Oh, actually, Adriatic didn't. I take that.
That's a fortunate outcome, actually. Getting Austria out of Adriatic is huge, especially
Yeah,
with
it's
Trieste
helpful
as well.
though now having some guesses over what the Ionian is going to do in the fall is not ideal, but it's also not terrible for you.
I don't think it's a guess. I think they're communicating about it.
Elsewhere, we continue to not take Kiel. We continue to not take Denmark, but we do get Sweden. Because Russia is helping Justin here. Okay, I guess that there's some logic to Russia doing that here. So I think the question for Sabi is what am I getting from all of this?
You're getting
Especially
Norway out cleared.
No. I get that. That's why the type of supporting Norway to Sweden makes sense from that perspective. But still, you're pretty far away from growth and having to pull back out of out of Galicia and whatnot. So you're not going to get a piece of Austria. You got to be thinking about where are you going here. But maybe it's 1905. You only have till 1907. So pulling back home is. Oh no, this is VDL. This is
VDL.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
We're out of snake, but so you've got plenty of time then. Then you're okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see the fall. Okay, so we're going up to St. Pete. We're gonna get some more play in the north. We're still supporting England up there. Steve is now comfortable enough to go get that extra fleet down into Western Med, which he needed to do. But alas, the guessing game was wrong here, and we do not hold on to Tunis, and that is a pretty big loss for Steve here. That's gonna hurt. Elsewhere, let's see. England does not get Denmark, does not get Kiel. They do not get Munich. So this is actually a pretty good turn for the Eastern Alliance.
Yeah, I agree with Jason here. Nice work, Austria.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't like this pivot.
Austria's building two. I mean, this is great for Austria.
I don't like it. It's not sustainable. Tunis isn't getting held. It's too easy for Italy or France or both to deny, to frustrate attempts on Venice. You're not doing anything about Turkey. Like there was a clear way to deal with Turkey here, and now you're just giving up on that for centers that you can't hold or
what way do you deal with Turkey from that previous position? You have no plan.
Well, you just disengaged from Adriatic and Trieste, so now presumably you're a little better with Italy, so you can get support there to Aegean, and then you can close in on them with the fleets, get into Caen.
I don't see any world where Italy is doing anything other than trying to hold their own here. You don't have a play against Turkey.
Yeah, but Greece isn't useful for that. Greece was there to help Austria. Okay, so spring 06, let's see how it works out. Austria, sure enough, is kicked out of Tunis. They don't even try and keep it because they know it's futile. So they go back to Ionian, fair enough. Presumably, France was willing to leave Ionian open so that they have a logical place to put it that doesn't create more tension around that area. Austria also shuffles over to Piedmont and Tyrolia, so they're going to have a better shot at Venice. But at this point, they're only going to get it while France gets Rome, and now France gets into Munich too. So they're still going to get outraced by somebody in the West, which is kind of exactly what I feared. And of course, there's still the Russian armies there if Sabi gets tempted to make a run for something. This is the turn where the German defense, after being quite noble and valiant for the last few years and effective, suddenly collapses. Kiel falls, Munich falls, Denmark is going to be gone. So good effort, boss. You've shown some very resilient play in these two games that we've seen, but I don't think you're going to live now. And Craig pointing out, yes, Austria could have retreated to North Africa, but I guess hold on a minute. So Austria doesn't take Venice, which was guaranteed. They try to walk into Marseille, and it works. And they what? Okay, this whole board state is a bit of a mess. So
it's not a mess for Justin.
All of a sudden, Justin is looking quite good. Yes, as Germany takes Munich back, because they had just enough strength to do that. England, oh yeah, they had Austrian help as well. So actually, I still stand by the idea that Wild did not find the right path forward last year, but what they parlayed it into now, I think this is actually working out. This is actually a much better choice than just straight up attacking Venice and accepting that you're going to go one-on-one with France. Like, sure, you haven't built anything, but you've also prevented France from building with this support back into Munich, and you've given yourself a chance relative to France, but you've just strengthened England as a consequence. Yeah, I mean, this is still a no-win situation for Austria. They've still put themselves in a no-win situation. It improves their prospects a little bit more in the Italian region at the cost of losing to England. So, good job, Justin. Let's see. He's probably not going to stab France because he doesn't need to. He can just take St. Pete if he needs to. But we'll see what he chooses to do to maximize his score here.
Adam, I noticed Steven retreating out of Munich rather than disbanding. Do you agree with that?
No. If it's would he have a rebuild? I'm trying to see the count.
Yes, they would have a rebuild because they're even.
He's even. He's plus Tunis.
Minus Marseille.
And he's minus Marseille. No, I would take the rebuild and put an army down in Paris, or maybe even a fleet Brest.
Maybe he's going to try and pitch a Russian stab.
No, I don't like it. I don't need to be in Bohemia right now.
And again, double board. So
yeah. No, I mean
that's the double boarding.
But if Steve's playing on 2 boards, he's doing really admirably. And it's so easy to make mistakes like that. I mean that I it's hard to be critical.
But just for learning
but
purposes.
I totally agree. I think it's a mistake. I think you really want to rebuild there. Probably an army in Paris.
All right, we're going to put 2 units down for England, and we've got a pull from Germany.
There's a good argument here, and I think there's a pretty good argument here to be putting down Fleet Liverpool, Fleet London here for him.
Army Liverpool.
Like, look how far advanced France's fleets are. I mean, or I don't know.
And Steve's saying, once I saw Austria decided to take Marseille and support Germany to Munich, had new priorities. So fair enough. All right. Winter of 06. Yep. We get Army Liverpool, Fleet London. We get a disband in Silesia. Spring of 07. Adam.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense for Justin to do this. I mean, it's the, I think it makes a lot of sense. I actually was even almost thinking even a fleet in Liverpool, don't even bother convoying in and just worry about getting the Spain and Portugal, and don't worry about loading armies into France. But this is another way to play it, and I can't.
Yeah, that's what
I can't argue with it. But I think I would have preferred the 2 fleets also to do this, because then you're in Mao right away instead of having to spend the term convoying. But I mean, Justin's he's doing the right things. He's now going out into Baltic. You put a fleet in St. Petersburg. It's just the message to Russia. It's like, yeah, I'm going to take it, but we're copacetic after that, right? I'm just kicking you out of the north, and that's it. And actually, you're putting them in Berlin as part of their troubles, which is right because you'll take it later. So I think Justin's playing it quite well here.
Yeah, and it's being asked why attack France and why convoy to Brest, but France is okay with this. Like, look at what they're doing. They're not moving any fleets back. They're clearly, like, Austria has completely sabotaged their position when it was never really the best path forward for Austria to do that. And now, why should Steve care if Justin tops if it means Wild doesn't top? Like,
I think that's right. And this is what you do here, right? Like you're trying to get a big result. You're looking at this board and you're like, well, I could settle for 8 or 9 center top, or I can potentially try to get bigger if the game goes on and I feel like playing long enough to let it happen. Yeah, that's right. Craig
and now Justin convoys, Justin convoys.
Yeah, I mean that's right. And I think the other thing to point out is that he doesn't take St. Petersburg here because he doesn't need to. And, having Sabi get the build to be able to use the unit in the south is good for Justin right now. So why not? Why take it? You take it later.
Love it.
Yep. Yeah, and the army fleet here makes sense based on what we're seeing. Yep.
So as we go into 1908, it is a 2-horse race. We've got Justin and wild, kind of going head to head, but it does feel like Justin's lead might not be catchable unless we see some momentum change. I'm going to go ahead and just push forward here a little bit. We'll just call out anything that stands out, but I think we've got some momentum here. We'll just let it roll for a little bit.
Yep. If we tally the dots that each one has, Austria has Portugal, but England has Berlin and Paris in pocket, and not St. Pete anymore, but
Not anymore. Yeah.
doesn't need it. France is in Munich. Okay, fine. Still a lead. 3 centers.
So at what point do you cry uncle and take the draw if you are Austria? Is it now, or do you just play it out to 1910?
I don't see why I shouldn't play. Well,
I think if France is on side here, there's no real risk of
It's
getting
pretty
rolled
hard.
back, so you might as well, especially with
Yeah.
Russia just choosing to defend the north.
yeah, that's I mean, I don't
Okay.
Object to calling this game. Your chances of winning are really slim, so I don't see
Yeah.
any reason not to say it. Like, if you really want to play it out, like, go for it. I wouldn't have any problem with that either. But Justin has this game, so
Yeah.
Yeah, the risk of continuing was minimal, but the risk of winning was also minimal.
Yeah.
Or the chance of winning was also minimal.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I appreciate what Austria did here. Actually, I think they made they took their shot. So why not? I mean, Justin just had the superior position, and I think he played pretty well. I don't, wasn't a perfect game, but I think he played pretty well. And was able to take advantage of Steve's distraction on a couple boards and pulled it off.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was a good one. Adam, how did Justin do it?
Yeah, I mean, I think he just made smart decisions throughout the game. We had that one turn that I thought he was stabbing Steve prematurely, and it turned out it was just a little bit of a feint, right? And he continued to make that push west and got the position on Germany. And Steve got so ingrained with Italy that he just was open to Justin having his way in the west, and Justin took advantage. So just smart play and well thought out.
All right. Well, that takes us to our final game of the night. We'll go ahead and transition over to VDL 276 Saffron. And Patrick, give you the call on this one. Introduce our players.
Yep. So in Austria, we have Bazendag, who we already saw once earlier, Diplostrat's regular, burgeoning VDL regular as well. Christian Brown in England, another established VDL presence, made the top board last season. Aurora in France, up-and-coming Northeastern U.S. player. Steve Hogan, Germany, who, of course, we just saw on that last board. Eden in Italy, who we saw with some solid Russia play earlier on. Timothy Zhu, who I am not familiar with, but apparently who has played earlier this season. And John Jameson, the perennial North Africa convoy enjoyer from British Columbia in Turkey.
And Aurora, I think third place overall in the league right now. So I would say up and come. They are definitely an established presence on any board that they're on. Spring of 1901. Take it away, Patrick.
Yep. So we have the early headlines in the East is definitely the Sunstrom opening. Smyrna to Armenia. First time we've seen a wholehearted Turkish attack on Russia in 1901 tonight. Bounce in Galicia and Black Sea, so not much to see there. Also a bounce in Piedmont. So Aurora and Eden deciding they don't really have much better to do, so they might as well just bounce there, because why not? Both Iberian centers will be attainable for France in the fall. We'll see about Belgium. In the West, it's a bit more standard. Besides that, bounce in Piedmont again. Germany going with the default Blitzkrieg, and England going with the default Yorkshire. And in the fall, we get a bit more clarity in the West. It looks like we're going to have a burgeoning EF as England ports France into Belgium, and France repays them. This is the kind of deal I love to make as England in 1901. Like, France is going to probably get Belgium in the long term anyway. That tends to become their center in a fair EF. But I don't want France to get 3 builds in 01. So what do I do to negotiate that without making them too powerful? I make them commit to putting an army in Burgundy instead of putting 2 units in Iberia, and that ensures that they only have 2 builds, and that they have position immediately on the front lines against Germany. So really good job by Christian to convince Aurora of that, or good job by Aurora to choose the fast option. Germany does support Russia into Sweden, though, smartly, so they will have a little bit of backup, hopefully, especially if it especially if it is going to be an air in the east, which it looks like it might be based on Austria supporting the Russian fleet to Romania and opening up Sev for a build against Turkey's wishes. We might see air against Turkey, and then they prop up Germany against the Western Alliance. Fleet Sev backs that up. Fleet Marseille. Yep. Adam?
Yep. So Turkey prioritizes the Black Sea, which means that Austria takes Bulgaria here. This is your typical AIR kind of stuff going on. The Black Sea bounces, but that doesn't really matter for right now because Bulgaria is gone. Elsewhere, Sweden is going to Norway with support of St. Petersburg, and England retreats to Skagerrak here, so because they are all in against the Germans going into Helgoland. Germany, very passive play, just a lot of supports, while France is reshuffling their units. Not really committing to anything. Belgium supports Holland is interesting. Doesn't really mean much because Holland wasn't threatened, but could it mean that there's about to be a FGR against England? Maybe.
This is the risk you run. This is the advantage of having that French army in Burgundy and follow one, though. Kiel was the only safe support for Holland in spring 02, so it opened up the EF to play around that and get into Helgoland when they otherwise might not have. So if this is just a EF that's still playing it straight, they've played very well so far.
They also know that Steve Hogue is playing 2 boards, and they might want to help him focus on one of them.
The kind thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Steve makes really just nice tactical moves here, right? Roar to Belgium, tapping Helgoland, tapping Belgium, tapping Burgundy, and he manages to hold everything. I think Aurora makes an interesting choice here to self-bounce in Western Med against nothing rather than taking Portugal. I don't particularly like that, but it's a choice you can make as France to say we're going to slow play this and delay making any real commitments here, though they have made a commitment at least to some extent against Germany, so why not take Portugal and put another unit down? Elsewhere in the east, we've got the beautiful convoy to Syria. I always love to see when that actually plays out. What's funny here is that actually Smyrna was open, so could have just gone straight into Smyrna. But hey, Syria is the place to be. The taking of Bulgaria by Austria is traded to give Italy a build via Trieste.
Yeah, I agree on the passivity from France. I think, if anything, you want to maybe just jump into the Med here and go after Tunis if Italy is clearly setting up the convoy, and it's somewhat likely to work because you see Russia ruining England's day already. They're down to 3. They're going to be very passive. Germany's contained for the time being by those fleets, so you kind of have a window here to just run with it and become the number 1 power in the West undisputed, and just snowball that with your continued good relationship with England. But instead, you don't really get much of that, and now worst of both worlds with no builds.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing I'll say is, England's moves here are okay, but there are multiple ways that a center could have been guaranteed here. That center being either Denmark or even Holland, and those moves were not made. Right, so that always is interesting. And Christian Brown is a solid tactical player, and he looks at the board, and he has to have known the moves to make to guarantee a dot, and chose not to go down that road. So that's really interesting.
Yeah, I mean the appeal always with England is you want to get an army into that German fray as soon as possible, but he had to just support a fleet to Denmark here. That's the only way to make real progress.
We get Fleet North Coast from Tim. We get a disband in Yorkshire. We get Fleet Naples from Eden. And what do we see in spring of 03?
Well, go ahead, Patrick. It's your turn.
We see England correcting the mistakes of last fall by supporting a fleet to Denmark this time and accepting that they cannot yet convoy an army. But at this point, it is simply too late because Aurora has decided, you know what, I don't really care about this EF anymore. I'm going to take the guaranteed convoy to Liverpool instead, which they can do along with taking Portugal, which gives them the bandwidth to give Germany Belgium. So this has worked out really, really well, especially with Russia suddenly going for an anti-German bent. So they've gone from having one ally who cannot really deal with their runaway growth because of Russia to another ally who cannot deal with their runaway growth because of Russia. So Aurora kind of keeping their position the same while also improving it significantly by getting this convoy, which will open up much more long-term growth than the same sort of move would have in the Med. Meanwhile, in the Med, Italy's making progress. They walk into Smyrna unopposed because Turkey's apparently much angrier at Russia, which is honestly understandable. That Fleet Sev build is very committal. It says, hey, Turkey, I'm not even listening to any pitches from you, whereas Austria or Italy still might. So Austria takes advantage of this and takes Romania. They also take Trieste back, but that looks maybe arranged. Yeah, it would be because they're getting they can get 2 Turkish centers here to make up for it. So that makes some sense. So that's going to realign into just AI, but Russia should still be okay in the north because of the position they have up there. So no collapse. I don't think they're going to collapse, but still not looking nearly as good as they did a turn ago, I would say. And now in the fall, some really strange tactics here in the east. So Austria's convoyed over the Black Sea into Sev by Turkey, which is actually fair enough, except for the fact that they didn't have anything to support Romania because Austria insisted on the exchange of Trieste this turn. So they get kicked out and they don't really gain much. Well, they still get a build, but this turn is not what it could have been for Baz, for sure. Meanwhile, this turn is exactly what it could have been for France as they take Liverpool with the convoy. They take Portugal with the walk. Another interesting bit here, England and Russia have started working together. So Timothy is perhaps going to get enough in the north here to put down another army soon to really solidify that position against the Janissary AT. But they're still not going to be able to contest France at this point because as long as Turkey and Austria are attacking in the south, Russia's never going to reinforce the north. They're never going to put up a real solid resistance against France. So this turn is just continued advantage Aurora, especially with the giving of Belgium building more goodwill with Germany.
This has got to be one of the most dynamic turns that I have seen in any game that we've covered, especially if you're just counting like the number of units, foreign units convoyed and taking other units. This is quite impressive. So if I'm reading this right, we've got Bulgaria taking Sev. We've got Sweden taking Kiel. We've got Gascony taking Liverpool. Lots of fun. Siobhan would be very proud of this board.
But the reality is this is such a dominating France position right now. It doesn't even necessarily look that way based on the supply center count, but man, is this a great position for Aurora.
What is it that makes it stronger than, say, Austria's position?
Everything else is so mixed up on this board right now. Everything is so mixed up, and everyone else's position is so tactically and diplomatically awkward versus Aurora has everything coming up their way. They don't have any direct enemies, right, other than England, right? But everyone else, they have a lot of diplomatic capital with. Their position is such that it's the centers they have are holdable, and they have a very logical series of moves to make additional gains, right? Yeah. Everyone else is like, well, if I'm Austria, I'm like, well, this is great, but I've got this unit in Sev and Russia's building, and how am I going to hold that? And I've got Turkey and I've got Italy, and I don't know who's working with who, right? So it's just so much simpler when you're playing France right now on this board.
Yeah, let's put it this way. A 7-center power with multiple potential enemies at the gates is worse than a 6-center power who has all of their potential enemies either incapacitated or facing all the way the other way.
I will also shout out to John Jameson for finding a way to stay engaged in this game, finding creative things to make this interesting for us. I'm sure everyone except Tim appreciates that.
Right.
Tim putting down the army in Moscow.
As one does,
yeah. So everything makes a lot of sense to me as we go into 04. Adam.
Does England convoys Kiel to Yorkshire? I love it.
If you don't have an army of your own for home defense, hire a mercenary.
Why not? I mean, there's a twisted logic to it, of course, because Kiel is otherwise going to get knocked out, of course, by Germany. So why not? It's really interesting that that Aurora convoys yet another army into England here, and it actually turns out to be like tactically great, and I guess they can get away with it because Germany's going in the opposite direction. So if you can get away with it and you know you're going to need it, then that's phenomenal, right? I mean, how often can you safely do this when you're 6-unit France and you put 2 armies into England? In the other side of the board, Italy is continuing to advance against the Turks. They take Constantinople. Seems like they're still to at least well, I don't know that they're working with the Austrians, considering Austria is now in position to take Venice come fall. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, this is a great creative solution to the France problem.
Russia made an interesting decision here to put Turkey into Sev.
Mm-hmm.
But the consequences is Austria attacking? Oh, they're supporting Sev into Rum, right? They're not supporting Rum to hold. Okay, so they're basically taking Rum. So that Romanian fleet should be destroyed, but Turkey ends up in Sev. Yeah, I mean, this is just like, units in the wrong places, right? And this in conjunction with the French position is why the French position is so good. Of course, this may straighten itself out in a year or two, in which case France is going to have to get moving, right? So what I'm hoping we'll see from France is none of this cutesy build waving and whatnot and taking the foot off the gas, because that's really when you lose momentum, because this will sort itself out, and the Austrian position is not too bad right now. And the Russian position maybe isn't too bad if the two of them could figure out how to get their stuff together. The two of them could probably be a formidable pair on that side of the board. But they can't yet, at least. So that's okay. John Jameson does stay on the board because he keeps Sev. Austria makes a little bit of a tactical mistake here with respect to Venice, right? You can't take Venice this way. You need to, if you want Venice, you've got to make sure you get it. And I understand the temptation of why you would want to take it from Trieste. But if you want Venice, you've got to take it from Tyrolia, right?
But to be fair, I mean, maybe you're going to read it differently, but with everything else going on, do you think Steve Hogue is going to prioritize tapping Tyrolia?
Yes, because Germany is still friendly with France.
I absolutely
Austria's a rival of France.
I absolutely do not think that Steve is going to prioritize tapping Tyrolia. And if I'm Austria and I want to take Venice, I'm got to take it from Tyrolia, right? Like the two things are not mutually independent, right? Like, yes, when I take it from Tyrolia and Steve doesn't move Munich to Tyrolia, I'm like, oh, I should have done it the other way. Oh, right. But I've still made the right move because I've made the guarantee, right? So there you go. France is continuing. They are not taking their foot off the gas, though they do lose that army out of Edinburgh. They take a guess here, but they're in Norwegian, so this is still a pretty good.
They are kind of taking their foot off the gas. Why would you retreat Eddie off the board there if you're committing?
I'm sorry. Yeah, why didn't they? You're right. Why didn't they go to retreat to Liverpool?
It's a half measure. You don't need that. You don't need that unit anywhere else right now.
Sorry, you're correct. I didn't realize that it was a pull. Yeah, it should retreat to Liverpool. Absolutely.
Is this going to low key become just a classic race between France and Italy? Because Italy's gotten into kind of a quietly killer position here. They have complete control of Black Sea, which means they'll have Austria surrounded. And that flub on Venice might have done more than just save their game. It might have put them in a position to contest France here like no one else can.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge, right?
Yeah, anytime that Italy can gain control of those Turkish centers, it gives them a lot of upside. The risk from this position classically is that your fleets are so far to the east that what are you going to do if France comes? But France is so far north in this board state, that's not a horrible place to be. The question is going to be, what direction is Eden going to go? That's where I'm going to be watching. It's a good time to ask, who do you like? Patrick, I'm going to go to you first. You get to pick one power. Who do you want to be?
You know what? I'm going to back up my talk from just now and go with Italy. I think control of the Black Sea is exactly what they need to establish full control of this Balkan position. I think Bulgaria is reasonable. Greece is reasonable to get. Sev maybe, depends on how things work out with Turkey and Russia. I think France has taken their foot off the gas here, as Adam's been saying. Not retreating to Liverpool is just such a baffling decision from the perspective of continuing to push forward in the north. And they can make up for that. They can get Belgium here off of Germany. But Germany has ways to retaliate now, right? Because England and Russia have chosen to collaborate in a different direction now that is not directly anti-German, which means if Steve wants to balance the board here or just avenge a lost center, he can do that. It's not a freebie anymore for France. So Italy still has kind of freebies because they're keeping Austria at arm's length with their naval strength. But France's enemies are much more capable of fighting back at this point in a way that really, really hurts them. So I'll go with Italy.
Adam?
Yeah, I still can't bet against France in this position. I mean, I am with Patrick that I don't love the disband in Liverpool, but I'm still sticking with France. I think that this is a France-Italy continuing to stay out of each other's way. There's not a benefit from a mid-war in this game. It will stifle them both and open up the door for a Germany or an Austria to get into a potential winning position. So I think they're both going to see that and stay out of each other's way.
All right. Well, sure enough, Italy goes to Black Sea. They continue to set up around the Austrian centers. That's going to result in maybe Bulgaria falling in the fall. It depends on Russian attitudes, but definitely will result in the loss of Greece, or one of the two at least. So that's continued forward progress for Eden. The side effect of going to Piedmont also, they're trying to force their way into Tyrolia, presumably, but that also gives France a little bit something extra to think about in the meantime while they're trying to recover their position on the island in Britain. They do get the convoy to Wales off, and they do defend Liverpool, but it's still a bunch of guesswork in the fall, really.
Why did Mao not go to NAO here?
Because, I don't get that either. Like, why isn't it needs to be there so it can defend Liverpool so that Clyde is freed up to actually take shots at Eddie, which ties down more ER units, which makes London more feasible. But instead, you're just losing more momentum. And now Belgium's completely lost because England is helping Germany defend it. And now Germany's lined up on Burgundy to boot. So things have gone very wrong here very quickly for France in the way that I sort of envisioned when we paused and took a look at that board for who do you like. And I don't love it. I think I like Russia to top more than I like France now, to be honest. Although I like Italy more than both still.
Yep.
And then in the fall, Russia takes Sev back, so they decide not to hold on to Rum. But Turkey, sorry, John, good game. But that loss is Italy's gain, as Austria chooses to spend 2 units taking back Rum instead of defending Bulgaria and Greece the guaranteed way. And as a result, they will lose both instead of just one. So +2 for Italy. They also get into Tyrolia, so even more quick growth for Eden. Mao moves to Spain South Coast instead of Western Med. I don't understand why you would move that fleet south unless you're really trying to slow Italy down somehow. And the only way to do that is to put yourself next to their centers. So I don't love that, I guess. But if you have your eye on Tunis, then just go to Western Med. Like, either way, Italy's going to take it as hostile because you're not moving that fleet north when you really could use it in the north right now. So you might as well just put it in the most useful tactical spot.
I think the bigger question is why is your eye on Tunis at this point in the game?
Well, I think the argument there, who's your biggest challenge or your biggest competition for the top?
Yeah, but that's
you
the
don't,
thing
you
about
don't,
this.
but you don't get a top. You don't. You're not in the competition for the top unless the English centers are yours. You're not in competition for the top, right? So if you want to be in competition for the top and you're France in this game, you don't get in competition by sending one fleet down south and maybe tying up an Italian unit. You get into competition in this game by taking Belgium, by taking London, by taking Edinburgh, right? And then
Yeah.
maybe in 1907, you've got some units free that you can do that kind of thing. You can't do
Think of
that.
it.
You don't have the units to be doing that now. That unit should have been up in NAO before. It should have been up putting the gas on Russia, on England here. It should not be sliding down south.
Yeah, in a race between France and Italy in this situation, like Italy gets to 8 with Greece and the Turkish centers, and they've had that. They've had that either in their possession or in their pocket for a while. France keeps up with that by taking the 3 English centers. And in this situation, even though Russia and England are cooperating more closely, nothing you can do against such a powerful Italy is going to give you growth faster than the English dots or other northern dots would have.
Exactly. Ugh.
Although Russia, they're once again being a bit of an X factor in the balance of this board, Adam.
Yeah. Okay. This is really interesting. Where to start? Let's start in the east, the obvious, which is Sev going down to Armenia. I mean, Italy sniffs out something because they're an Aegean, so they are in a position to defend Ankara and Smyrna. But Russia is trying to make their play, and maybe this is one way to do it. But it's really hard when you have an Italian fleet in the Black Sea to really be able to have much in the way of momentum here. In the West, okay, I'm seeing a note that Marseille was arranged. That's helpful context to have here because it does certainly look like the German units are now going back in the other direction. So that makes sense in the context of these moves. Okay, I'm not sure I quite understand Lyon again rather than Western Med, but that's fine. I guess it's a little bit of a trust and verify type of maneuver. In the North, I think that Russia and England are continuing. Yeah, they're defending London. Not really a huge amount of changing up there. Okay. This is cool, right? Because now France is letting Russia into London, right? So this is actually, in a way, kind of useful for them because it's removing one of the English units that's otherwise helping the Russians, right? And Russia has to build the unit further back in Russia. So that's actually a nice move by Aurora here to let that happen. And now you're up in Yorkshire, where if England pulls North Sea, then you can force Edinburgh next year. If they pull Denmark, then that's something they're going to lose right away anyway, and you can cut North Sea anyway. So I think that's a very clever set of orders. I love the convoy of Marseille to Tuscany. That's really cool. That's why you're in Gulf of Lyon. So my question from last turn has been answered. Very nice moves, France. Really, really appreciate what you're doing this turn. Very well thought out. Quite a bit in advance. In the eastern side of the board, Armenia is holding, yeah, not a whole lot else. It looks like Puglia was trying to convoy to Albania, but something didn't get ordered right.
Italy's completely collapsing under pressure here. Hold on a minute, because Apulia, Ionian, and Aegean all did different things.
Yeah, it looks like
they suggest different plans for dealing with Armenia.
Right. Looks like
because I think Ionian. What was Ionian ordered to do? I think it's Apulia to Smyrna. That was their plan? Yeah, it was. And then they decided to convoy to Albania last minute, or they switched, or vice versa?
Yeah, I mean, this stuff happens in all kinds of games, right? Where you just last minute scrambling to get orders in, and you just don't get them all locked in the right way. I mean, this is life in diplomacy.
Has every power I picked tonight, I mean, who do you like, randomly collapsed because of weird mistakes?
Yeah, it's the commentator's curse, Patrick. Welcome. Eden taking from the Brian Pravel school of diplomacy right here, taking a good position and finding a way to lose it. So fall of 06, we get a lot of fun here. And I did want to point out this statement from Steven.
Yep.
Aurora offered fun, which given the situation I was in, double boarding, getting attacked was a very appealing offer. That is something that a lot of people don't think about, is you've got to find secondary motivations for people that don't feel like they've got a chance to win, and finding something fun and novel and a way to help keep people engaged is a great way to go about doing that. Doesn't work for everyone, doesn't work for the same players every time, but that's a really good pitch if you're looking for a way to try and keep people pointed in a different direction than you. Winner of 06, we get Fleet North Sea is the disband from Christian. That is significant. And yes, spring of 1907.
All right. So France gets into Eddie, which is the natural consequence of that North Sea disband. There's nothing left to support that. London does go to Yorkshire, which will be an annoying unit to deal with. But again, Aurora has the presence necessary to account for that. And in the meantime, Russia is continuing to choose to attack Italy and go to Syria. So this, I mean, I mentioned that Italy is shooting themselves in the foot here with misorders, but at the same time, Russia is kind of choosing to kingmake here by mounting an increasingly ineffective defense against France while going towards Italy. It feels like they've kind of solved one problem by creating another that looks exactly the same. And now they don't really have enough growth to justify this push. Like, they're going to get Smyrna, sure, but they're going to lose everything in England. So that wasn't really worth it from the perspective of, you know, shooting your shot, trying to top yourself. I don't know. It's a bit of a comedy.
How are they going to get Smyrna because that's a fleet and car?
Yeah, it's a bit of a comedy of errors here, I think, from both of the Eastern contenders right now, and it's put France back in the driver's seat after some mistakes of their own.
Yeah, it's too bad. I think Germany. I'm sorry. I think Russia had a shot here, right? This is just not the way to go, right? You need to get some German centers to feed an ability to build more units in the north. And
I think the other problem is, like, why is England pulling North Sea instead of Denmark? Like, I get it; it's their last remaining center, but you can't let France into North Sea. Like, and you want to have that bargaining chip to give Germany Denmark as a potential way to turn them, because that's a key to holding back France here in any capacity. I guess that's more of an England thing, and Christian just not wanting to do that, but it's still a huge death knell here. And then fall, Germany finally does get Denmark, so it looks like Germany and Russia have reached some kind of understanding. We'll see how much that lasts next year, especially with one of the German armies still being very much a French one right now in Tuscany. And then Russia takes Smyrna as well, so they're even on the year. But Italy's in Black Sea, which is going to be a big pain. At the very least, Russia has gotten Austria on side as well. So Baz is still annoyed at Italy for all their chicanery. They take Bulgaria back. They have position on Greece if they want it, because Smyrna went to Eastern Med for some reason instead of Aegean. So the net result of this, I would say, I mean, yeah, it's still France slowly marching forward at this point, but Germany getting Denmark does provide some hope that maybe there's a change here.
Yeah, we're seeing Bulgaria was arranged. That is interesting. All right, winner of 07. Looks like stuff's coming down fast for Italy. I've got an Icarus moment here, going from 9 down to 7. Will they be able to recover? That's going to be something to watch. We've got Tim Zhu, current board leader, Zhu, at 8. And Aurora Atman in France at 7. So we go towards our final couple years.
I just want to point out the Italian removal of Black Sea is really meaningful here, right? Because it means that, contrary to what I would have thought, they're not that mad. They're not that mad at Russia, right? They're more mad, or they're certainly not looking to punish Russia for that move on Smyrna and for what could be a further attack into Turkey. That's really, really meaningful, and it's actually really good news for Timothy, because without that, I think his chances would be very, very slim. I think they're still not high, but I think that does potentially give him an opening to make some play in this game.
Adriatic comes off as well. This comes off less as a pro-Russian set of disbands, and more it's just a pragmatic set of
I'm
disbands.
not saying it's pro-Russia. I'm not saying it's
Yeah.
pro-Russia. I'm just saying it's not anti-Russia, right? Because if it was anti-Russia, you're going to keep Black Sea.
All right, spring of 08, Adam.
Yeah, and clearly it's not, because they're pulling back to defend Turkey. But if you were really, really mad at Turkey, if you were really, really mad at Russia, there, you're not gonna pull out of the Black Sea. So, but they clearly are. They're supporting they're clearly not happy here. They're moving back to the Aegean Sea, et cetera, et cetera. Austria's positioning around Greece to be taking dots there. In the West, I think all of the stuff you'd expect to happen is happening. English Channel, positioning down to Yorkshire and so forth. Steve seems to still be fully on board with Aurora. So that is bad news for Timothy, great news for Aurora. And here Aurora is taking London, and otherwise, Austria is taking some Italian dots, even with the help of Italy, convoying Albania to Naples over the Italian army in Ionian. I think this is just some tomfoolery going on in the East at this point, and there's probably pretty good recognition that it's going to be pretty rough for anybody other than maybe Russia to stop France. So the question really is France ahead of Russia? Is France going to be able to stay ahead of Russia? And I think the fact that Germany is putting on the pressure in Scandinavia is going to answer that question to a clear.
Hang on. This is turning into a viable top bid for Austria based on the throwing from Italy. Look at this. They're ahead. Baz is in the lead. Everyone is deciding that Austria is the most deserving of these dots right now. And with Germany, I don't think Germany's really playing for France. Like, sure, they're attacking Russia and Scandinavia. They covered Belgium. They have a build here. I think Steve is still playing for the best result at this stage, even though Aurora made that fun proposal earlier, and it's gonna hurt Aurora for that to be the case. I think.
I don't think Steve turns on Aurora here. I think he's still going to try.
He's not turning on her, but he's not willing to toss Belgium to her just so she can top, though.
I would agree with that. I don't expect
I think that's right. I think that's right.
Yeah. So there's a lot going on this turn. I'm just looking through here.
But you're right. I mean, Austria taking 3 here is significant. Do they think they can pull this off? Well, let's see what the builds are.
I would if I was Baz after that kind of throw.
Yeah, and Russia's disbanding in the north, so that's interesting. The question
Rome is
now
strange.
what does Aurora do? Can Aurora take any more? And can they take anything off Austria? Yeah, it's interesting. Let's see if
Rome is a strange disband, but we've already seen based on Black last year that the disbands don't always line up with the intentions for Italy. So maybe this is still full throw.
Well, yeah, I mean, so the question is, do they put France into Rome now, or does Germany go into Rome now? Let's see.
I would love to see a German Rome.
Steve put 2 builds because he'd been counting on a PIF in the south.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Spring of 1909.
Jason, to answer your question before we get to the moves, I picked Italy because everyone I choose to win on this stream has to collapse somehow in crazy fashion. So I guess I do have a curse that I can inflict on people whenever I want. That's a little scary. But anyway, it is still full throw mode right now for Italy to Austria as Naples comes into Rome with Venice support. There's a convoy to Apulia as well, so there won't be. So while Germany is convoyed into Naples over Tyrrhenian Sea, the very underrated Tuscany to Naples / Naples to Tuscany convoy occurs, they're not going to have much ability to keep that center in the fall. Excuse me. But in the meantime, we do have some forward movement for France. So Germany is still actively helping France into dots, even beyond their own interests. They are supporting the convoy to Norway. They're in position to potentially make a run at St. Petersburg now, although I would think they want that for themselves. But I guess it really depends on how much Steve wants Aurora to top. To some extent, is he willing to sacrifice his own score for that, and if so, to what extent? Belgium is also lost now, so yeah, this is sort of turning back in Aurora's favor, but Austria could still have some growth here.
Um, I don't have the stats, but I'd be hard pressed to think of a game that has had more convoys, and I'm here for it.
Okay, so Germany does get St. Pete rather than France, and Belgium does not fall. That's a puzzling combination of things to have happen, actually, because France isn't building at all. Austria is taking Naples.
Why isn't France building? I'm sorry, they're taking Norway.
No, I didn't say they're not building. I'm just saying it's a puzzling sequence of events to have happen when Austria is still growing.
Because Austria is taking Ankara and they're taking.
They need more than one, right? France is already playing from behind this year.
Your call that Steve.
So you'd think they were negotiating themselves into Belgium or into St. Petersburg or something to make sure they even the score. When Austria is probably getting Naples and they got Ankara as well.
Steve may be saying like, I'm going to work with you, but I'm not giving you my dots so that you can top. You want to top, you got to get dots on your own, and that's
in the spring. It looked like that might not be the case though, because I was cut off guard by the Norway support. So Steve has 2 builds now. This is in the spring. It looked completely over for Austria, and now it looks completely over for France again. It's just a typical crazy board. So.
And Steve Hogue's back in it. I don't see a path necessarily, but just from a score center count, he's within 2 from the leader. We've got a little bit of a race here as we come into our, I'm assuming, final turn. On average, this would be the last year. VDL games do play to time limit, not year limit. And so depending on how fast the players are adjudicating, how many breaks they take and things like that, some games will go to 1911. I think I've seen a 1912 before, but most end in 1910. So we'll find out whether we keep going here in the spring. Adam, this one's yours.
Okay. France takes Tunis as expected here. Austria does not take Venice in the spring. I'm assuming they'll set up to take it in the fall. But they do take Rome up in the north. Yeah, Aurora is setting up to take some German dots so that they can try to come out on top, right? They're convoying to Holland here. They should be able to take Holland and Belgium. And if Steve doesn't care, they'll take Sweden. It depends, but they'll take one or they'll take at least 2, at least Holland and Belgium, I think. So, and maybe even Denmark. So it's really a question of does Steve want to play Kingmaker and just let Aurora take some of his dots, or is he going to fight for it? Aurora is looking to probably take 3 here. That will put them at 12. Austria is probably looking at Venice and maybe Romania, so it could be a 12-12 unless Steve lets Aurora hold on to Sweden, or maybe there's a guess over Denmark. So this is a photo finish. Let's see the fall.
He's already playing Kingmaker. I was just about to compliment him. He's
so
not topping this board. But it's cool to hold himself up like this and get a good position still, and then he just not covering Sweden, walking out of Denmark. That's malpractice. Belgium and Holland is one thing, but you're going to give up a really solid, decent position like that for a Claire top, for an Aurora top.
Okay, so Steve's all good with the top, so that will be the result here if that's what Steve wants.
I despise that.
Yeah. So that'll be it, and Aurora ends up at 15 because Steve is cool with that, and that's the way these games go sometimes. So
they played a game that it seemed like they both were enjoying, or at least moments they were both enjoying. They worked well together. Does not shock me in the least that it ended at like this. Well, I guess I'm shocked a little bit by the size of it, but it doesn't shock me the outcome of it though. So Patrick, this was your game to call. What was it that Aurora did to top this board?
She convinced Steve that his score didn't matter, even though he built it up into a really, really solid, respectable score that could have gotten him second place, genuinely. Steve, I know you're questioning that does Austria deserve to top just because Italy threw. You throwing in this game is not the same thing as Italy throwing, because Italy was already screwed. Their position was sinking, and they chose to give their dots to Austria when it really was a choice between who to give it to. You had a choice to not give them to anyone and just stand on your own 2 feet, and you didn't, and I'm really disappointed in that.
And My counter is that throwing is absolutely part of the game, and it's something that you've got to learn to manage and to deal with. And that's it. I always relate it back to the game Survivor. You're playing with the jury of your peers when you get to the end of the game. If you've got somebody who doesn't think that they're going to win, how is it that, or what is their motivation? And in this case, Aurora was able to figure that out, and they were able to build and use the relationship that they developed over the game to come out with this outcome. And that's not to say that like Steve definitely played a part in that, but it wasn't just the one thing that happened at the end of the game. That was something that was built up over the course of the game to make that happen. Awesome. Well, congratulations to Aurora, and let's take a look now and see what that has done to our standings.
Should put Aurora at the top, shouldn't it? It's a huge score.
We do have a new leader at the top, and it is Wild. So congratulations to Wild. 4 boards in, 38% top share, and a score of 257. Claire Bradbury drops to 2nd, and Aurora stays at 3rd. All of our top 4, actually, Jason Gray coming in at 4, have 4 scores in. So at this point, they're going to be replacing scores, and it'll be average of the rest coming in. And as always, these are provisional scores. So everybody will come back and double check all the math and everything, because sometimes we got some bugs in the software, but most of the time for VDL, this is correct. So right now we will say congratulations to Wild. Welcome to the Virtual Diplomacy League, and congratulations on coming out on top. That was a fun one. Adam, any last words before we close out this show?
Another excellent night of VDL action. I think we saw a lot of varied games, a lot of varied styles. Also enjoyed the 7 Years War game, mixing it in with some 1907 games where we got to see a little bit of, positioning and then going for it at the end kind of thing, see Diplo style. So yeah, this was a fun night. Really thankful to all the players who participate, and keep it entertaining for us on the commentary end, and enjoy the comments as the games go. This was a lot of fun, and it's always great working with you, Brian, and you as well, Patrick.
Likewise, Adam. Patrick, I'm going to close out the give us your final thoughts.
Yeah, tonight was just another great celebration of the true pure variety of how people play in VDL, because of its accessibility, because of how many different people it caters to, and its time zones and its format. It just invites such a deep and interesting pool of players that you don't really see replicated in a lot of other places, outside of really special events like World DipCons. And it makes me miss, being able to play, because I haven't really gotten the Saturday freed up fully to do that yet. But it's great to stay engaged with it. It's great to see everyone else really honing their craft, and it's just making me really excited to see all these people in person, if they're going to face-to-face events soon, or to just meet them in the next league game.
Yeah, some absolutely great boards tonight. Really appreciate all of our players allowing us to cover these games. And to Patrick, you and Adam, really enjoyed the broadcast tonight. It was great being on air with you. And Adam, it's been a little while, so why don't you sign us out and say goodnight to everybody.
Thanks, everyone. Stay safe. Stab well.
Good night.